Ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to this, the finals day of the National Squash Centre Invitational, a PSA satellite tournament. Ranking points and prize money for the players. It's been 8 men and 8 women in the draws, and we're through to the final matches. On court in front of you, you will see Ella Lash. She is the left-hander, 14-year-old, about to turn 15. And doesn't quite have a PSA ranking just yet, but as I said, she's only about to turn 15 on Tuesday. And we have Katie Templeton, who's in the black, from the Catty Club in the Bay of Plenty, still at Catty High School. She is 17 years old with a current PSA world ranking of 300. And a busy day on the centre court here, on court 2 as it is at Unitec. We have 6 matches today. That's including this match, Ella Lash against Katie Templeton, followed by the men's plate final. That is Leo Fatialofa against Sean Wiggin. The women's 3rd and 4th, and Lauren Clark from Bay of Plenty against Lana Harrison from Auckland. The men's 3rd and 4th, that is Temwa Chilisi and against Elijah Thomas. The women's final, that's set to go from 2:40 p.m. and Abby Palmer against Emma Miller, the 2 top seeds there. Palmer at 113 in the world, Emma Miller 115. And the men's final from 3:20 p.m. Lawamba Chilisi against Joel Ascott, the top 2 seeds, or 2 of the top seeds there. Lawamba at 148 in the world, and Joel Ascott just over 300 in the world. So plenty of entertaining squash this afternoon. 6 matches in total on this court. There is one match which is just starting on the outside court for the men. That is the men's consolation final, Glenn Templeton against Joe Smythe, the 2 Bay of Plenty players there. So some good squash coming up, and great to see the teenagers such as Ella Lash and Katie Templeton getting their opportunity on screen and on one of the main courts here at the National Squash Centre. It is the Invitational, and nice to see ranking points. This tournament put together, well, in quick fashion. And good that the 8 players, all of the 8 men that is, all have PSA rankings, and 5 of the women have PSA rankings as well. So about to get underway with this match. The players just finishing up their warm-up. You'll see that it is Katie Templeton on the court at the moment, the right-hander, and Ella Lash from the Belmont Rackets Club on the North Shore. She is the left-hander, the purple type top. So underway, and both of these players, of course, having to wear their goggles. For any player under 19 has to wear the goggles. Certainly, as Sean Wiggin said yesterday, it was a relief to get out of the juniors and to be able to take off the goggles. And the first 2 points to Katie Templeton. And looking at the goggles there, yesterday, a lot of players struggling with the perspiration. It's humid in Auckland today. There has been some rain clouds, but still relatively warm and quite humid. So no doubt some of the players will have some issues with them. But the goggles there for the eye protection, just part of the PSA ruling. Now let's just see how these players can work their way into the point. Yesterday, Ella Lash had a very good contest against Emma Miller. She may have lost it, but showed a real good fight back. And there we go, taking the ball on the full, and the smash, putting it away down low. What we've seen is a number of players, when they manage to push forward, take the ball early, it's certainly been an easier way of winning the points. The ball has died a little bit in the backhand corner and the forehand corner. And with the different speeds of the ball throughout the day and into the evening. So just after midday at the moment. And great to have people watching wherever you are. And great to have people supporting the youngsters on the court. In fact, in the men's draw, the oldest player is 25. That's Sean Wiggin. And then we've had other players around about ranging between 3 17-year-olds through to 21. Nice shot there by Templeton, and Lash just recovering quite nicely. Oh, almost got that one back. But nice work by Templeton, putting into the backhand corner of Ella Lash. Both of these players on court at the present will be in Christchurch later on in the week for the Junior Nationals. And quite a number of strong players in the women trying for the under-19 and the under-17 titles. Certainly in the boys or men, the under-19, there is at least 8 players or thereabouts who have PSA rankings aiming for that title. Glenn Templeton is the current champion. In fact, it was on this court last year, over 5 games against Elijah Thomas. Both of those players either wanting to win again or for the first time. Let's now have a look at the service action. Katie Templeton, just a nice flat backhand. Oh, nice bows. Yeah, well played. Nicely worked point by Ella Lash. Got herself into position early and was able to use a little bit of a chop from the left-handed forehand, keep the ball down low. That. Yep, well played. See Lash dominating the front there and able to choose where she wanted to put away the ball. For both of these players, it's been good that they've had to come up against others such as Lana Harrison, Lauren Clark and Emma Miller, all that bit older and more experienced with PSA rankings. Or Lana Harrison doesn't have a ranking at the present time, but she has been around about the top 100 in the world. And it's made these players just think a little bit more about the way they take on a match. So that is Ella Lash. A nice little comeback in the first game to take it 11-6. She was quite efficient when she managed to make it through to the front of the court and use the angles against her opponent. So Ella Lash taking the first game of this, the first match of the finals day of the National Squash Centre Invitational. So now for the second game, the start of the second game with Ella Lash serving and a quick fire point. The error there from Katie Templeton. Lash, when she was moving forward in that first game, really had the run on the points. And both players have to work through their points, use patience to get a nice drop there and really figure out the way they want to play. And there's not too many left-handers, certainly in the boys or men's competition around New Zealand. A couple in the women's. It's also about altering your game plan. You see with Templeton, she does hit a very flat backhand serve. Ooh. Don't try and force it. They were not quite coming off there, Alan. So a handy lead for Templeton. Here we go with the backhand serve again. And Ella Lash was a member of the World Juniors team, taken for some experience away last year, but fortunately for both players, ooh, ducking under that one nicely. Well played on that backhand cross. Unfortunately for this year, the World Junior Championships teams and individuals meant to be held on the Gold Coast, but it was unfortunately had to be cancelled because of COVID. So for a number of players, real experience lost there. Oh, what you could see in that rally was Ella Lash trying to push the ball deep into the backhand of Katie Templeton. That's a nice chop on the ball there. Oh, well done, Ella Lash, when she's moving forward using that angle. See who can control the tees so far. It's Ella Lash again on this point, taking the ball high and see if she can move forward again. And Katie Templeton just misreading the ball as it came off the side wall and the back wall. Right, so just a correction there on the score. Oh, that's a nice play. And good running and flicking it deep. Well done to Ella Lash. She managed to get to the ball, flick it right into the backhand corner for Katie Templeton, making it very difficult. The ball not quite. Oh, that's a nice scoop. So looking now for game 2 for Ella Lash. It's good forehand. Drive down the line. And that's what we'd like to see. If Templeton can go forward to the ball, particularly get it on that forehand, she does have a lot of strength. So a couple of points back. Let's see if she can play to her strengths. Well played. Did she pick it up? No, she didn't pick it up. So that is game 2 to Ella Lash, 11-8. Templeton started very well. In fact, she had a 3-1 lead at one stage, and then a little bit further on had to do a little bit of a mini comeback. But Ella Lash just able to win too many points during the middle of that particular game and taking the second. So 2-love, Ella Lash over Katie Templeton at the present time. The left-hander been able to move forward and work her way into the backhand of Templeton. And we'll be back with the third game in just a moment. Now back in for the third game. This is the consolation final, the women's consolation final between Ella Lash, 14, just about to turn 15, from the Belmont's Racket Club, against Katie Templeton, the 17-year-old from the Catty Catty Squash Club. And so far, Ella Lash just proving a little bit more efficient, being able to move forward and choose her angles. And when she does move forward, she looks very good on attack there. The left-hander, just staying in that one there for Templeton. Templeton does have a very strong forehand, particularly down the line, but hasn't been able to use it as often as she would have liked. See how she can serve here. And of course the player's wearing the goggles as PSA requirements. Templeton tends to serve quite flat. That's a nice little shot. Oh, that ball kept quite low. A little bit surprising considering it's relatively warm in Auckland. Humid, not raining at the moment. It was, but being Auckland, it changes from one moment to the next. Oh, that was a complete mess. We've had a few of those. Whether it's just players getting used to playing tournaments again. Certainly there's enough practice going on. It's perhaps they haven't played a real PSA tournament for around about 6 months for a lot of the players. And in some ways it's nice practice, but you've also got to go out there and play a competitive match with something on it, including PSA points or prize money. And now a handy lead for Ella Lash. Turning 15 on Tuesday. And she has an advantage being the left-hander as well. Just mixes things up and makes your opponents think a little bit more. But that particular point, they need to work their way in. That one, an error. They need to work their way into everything. It'd be nice to see both players involved in a 20-shot rally or something like that to actually see what they can do. And not sure we're going to see that in this particular match at this rate. But it will no doubt come with both players as they do become more mature players and play more matches against adults. It's fine to practice against juniors all jointly. That's a nice forehand down the line. Just held it nicely, being the left-hander was able to hold the ball and play it solidly, solid down the line. Not sure. Just trying to do it. Don't get too wound up about it. Move on to the next one. You have an 8-5 lead in the third game. 2 games to love up. So a nice little mini comeback. Here we go with the backhand serve. A little bit more height on that one. Now use that forehand. That's the one. Oh, but that was a nice attacking backhand from Ella Lash and able to be successful back down the line, keeping it low. Flying into the backhand, and Ella Lash just able to use. Let's see what she can do there. Good. Likes going cross court into Templeton's backhand. There's a lot more pressure on her. Well anticipated. Templeton getting there again. Nice running. That's the better rally. This is what we want to see. Oh, well played. Great forehand down the line. Well played. And a much better rally by both players. They stayed in it for a long time, were able to move each other around. And in the end, Templeton able to finish it off. Nice forehand. Yep. It wasn't quite the shot that Templeton wanted to come back with, and it lifted a bit too much and gave the advantage to Ella Lash to have to hit down through the ball. And now with game and match ball. Nice work. Nice shot to finish off. So that is Ella Lash winning 11-6, 11-8, 11-7 over Katie Templeton. Forget we do have 5 more matches remaining today on this, the TV court. And should be quite exciting, some of these matches as well. The next one's the men's plate. That is Leo Fatialofa against Sean Wiggin. Then we have the women's 3rd and 4th. Lauren Clark against Lana Harrison. That'll be a tight one as well. Men's 3rd and 4th, Tenwa Chalisi against Elijah Thomas. Those two have played a lot over the years, or particularly this year. Then the women's final set from 240. Abby Palmer against Emma Miller, the 2 top seeds. Only 2 places on the world rankings between the 2 of them. And the men's final, well, that's Lawamba Chalisi against Joel Scott. That should be a really interesting match as well. Good to see Lawamba back in New Zealand and playing PSA squash. That is set to go from 3:20 p.m. So plenty of squash to come. That first match completed, a win to Ella Lash over Katie Templeton, 11-6, 11-8, 11-7. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back now with game 2 of the finals, and it is the National Squash Centre Invitational or PSA Satellite Tournament. This particular match we're about to see is the men's plate, and that is Leo Farialofa. He's ranked 385 in the world against Sean Wiggin with a ranking of 207. Wiggin, the oldest man in the draw, and that is 25 years old. Leo Farialofa, one of 3 17-year-olds in the men's draw. And with me now, though, as well, is Ella Lash. She won the first match earlier today, defeating Katie Templeton in straight games. And Ella, 14 years old, about to turn 15. Well, happy birthday for Tuesday.
Thanks, Dad.
Congratulations on your match today. Just tell me how you felt about the way you played. You're obviously happy to get the win, but the way you played, you happy with that?
Yeah, it's all right. Like, obviously everything's been cancelled, so we're just trying to get match fit for nationals. But yeah, I think I played all right. Still a little bit rusty, could do a bit more to work on, but yeah, it was good to get the game.
And for you, certainly over the 6 months, haven't seen you for about 6 months, but you've grown a bit taller. I know your sister's grown very tall.
Oh, yeah.
But for you as well, though, you have grown taller, and I guess, you're only like about to turn 15. Has that been an advantage, or have you noticed that suddenly your reach is a bit longer, or not sudden, or it's probably just gradual for you?
I think I've definitely got a lot more power in my shots that I've noticed. I'm able to hit the ball harder and get it better to the back. But yeah, I would say nothing much has changed apart from my power, but yeah.
Right, well, coming up, we've got the Junior Nationals in Christchurch. That starts on Friday.
Yeah.
And what are you in the under-17s? Or I guess you could play the 15s, 17s, 19s, but everything, couldn't you?
Yeah, so I've actually entered in the under-19s, just want to try to get good games,
right. And who's going to be your main rival? I guess Natalie says will be one of the top seeds there.
Yeah, so I'm number 2 seeded in the under-19, so seeded to face Natalie in the final.
Right, okay. And I understand there's quite a few players from around the country entering in that as well. I think there's 160 something. Not just in that one draw, but in all the draws, and which is good in this difficult time of travel and everything else. And, so you're looking forward to the Junior Nationals. It's something that comes up once a year and is your real opportunity, isn't it? Yeah,
I'm definitely looking forward to it. Just looking to just play the best that I can, just trying to get back into squash. It's good to have this tournament so I can prepare, so I can be ready to face whoever I do in the under-19s in nationals.
Because last year's Junior Nationals, I'm trying to remember, it was here on these courts, and how did you go on that? I think you made a final, didn't you?
Yeah, I won the under-15 title against Sophie.
Yeah, and she's one of your main rivals, isn't she?
She is,
you guys play each other a lot. Sophie Hodges from Hamilton, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's like a lot of these players, men's and women's, sort of seem to play each other all throughout the ages.
Yeah.
And for you and Sophie, you're probably doing that quite a lot, probably since you're
11
or 12.
We've been playing for years.
Oh, that's good. Just, do you take much notice of you've got to concentrate and focus on your own game. Do you take much notice of some of the men's matches, and you sort of see it and have a little look and things like that?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think it's quite interesting to watch the men's because obviously they're so fit, and just seeing all the balls that they can get back is just incredible to watch, and it kind of just inspires you to do better.
Because, even in this particular match that we've got in front of us, you've got 2 very different styles. Leo has his own style, and that's by his own admission that he doesn't actually know what he plays like. But he does like to go for winners. Then you've got Sean Wiggin, who is really got his own unorthodox style as well. He doesn't like the ball getting to the back wall. Likes to take it on the full.
Yeah.
But he's having a bit of a struggle here against Leo.
Yeah.
Which is... the sort of thing that you do have against Leo. He's either going to hit a whole lot of winners, and then things go up and down, and it's just a little bit unusual. But with Leo, if you hang in there, you're going to force him a little bit and maybe frustrate him by making him play a lot of shots. Yeah,
Leo, I would say he's a very good shot maker, and he's got a lot of power. And I think Sean has definitely got the speed to stay in the match, and he's very good at also he's got very good touch, so he can put that ball in. But yeah.
What do you consider your best shot? Is there a particular shot you like playing?
When I was a lot younger, I was very good at drop shot.
Okay.
But I think now it's probably more just like the straight drive,
Right.
straight along the wall is what I like to play a lot, just because if it's down the wall, it gets your opponent moving a lot.
Are there many left-handers that you come up against? Because in the men's top squash around New Zealand, there's pretty much only one, maybe two of them. In the women's, there's well, Abby Palmer, but in yourself, is there many others?
No, I do not face a lot of left-handers at all, which it kind of sucks because if I do come up play a left-hander, I don't really know how they play, you know, and it's kind of weird because usually on my forehand I'm playing their backhand, but if I was playing left-hand, it's forehand on forehand or backhand on backhand, which is very weird because I do not play them very often, like there's not a lot, but I think, yeah, I do much prefer playing right-handers.
Well, you can use it as a weapon. Amanda Landers-Murphy used it as a weapon in the Commonwealth Games, particularly in doubles. It was a great weapon for her and Joelle King, and worked really well. But for you now, you've just got to use it to your advantage.
Yeah.
I think it's a struggle for them to play you, the right-handers, because they're not used to it.
Yeah.
And you know, you will be able to use that. I could see against Katie, you were able to, on your serve, try and put it deep into her backhand. Whereas, you know, she was trying to work your backhand a little bit, but wasn't able to quite get there because it's a nice drive for her. So you've just now got to adjust and try and, oh, gee, a nice shot. Try and use it to your advantage, haven't you?
Yeah,
So
definitely.
already a game ball. Gee, these guys race through it, don't they?
Yeah, I know.
Just a few minutes there. Let's shall we have a look at this particular point here? Their game ball with Leo, and never too sure how he likes to serve. That's a good shot down the side. Oh, just tried to flick it a bit too much, a little bit too casual, wouldn't you say? I mean, that's part of Leo's game. It sometimes looks incredibly casual.
It does a lot, yeah.
It's probably not as casual as it looks, though.
Yeah.
That's unusual. Almost a problem for Leo Fatialova is that he can do everything with any ball. And sometimes he has too many options.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like that clear drop shot that everybody has and then they muck it up.
Yeah.
Certainly something he doesn't like to do. Well, we'll come back very shortly with Ella Lash. We'll just take a short break and come back with the second game, Leo Fatialova against Sean Wiggin. Now for the second game of this Leo Fatialova Sean Wiggin contest. It is the men's plate here at the National Squash Centre Invitational, the PSA Satellite Tournament. Leo Fatialova there in the white against Sean Wiggin. Fatialova still just 17 years old. Sean Wiggin, the veteran of the men's draw, 25. And perhaps a little bit surprising for some people that Fatialova really raced away with the first game. Both players have had some very good matches throughout, just staying in that one, throughout this tournament. You have the different styles of Sean Wiggin, very quick around the court. Oh, just out. What do you think about that, LLS? Is a great player to watch is Leo Farialofa, because you just don't quite know what to expect, and some of the shots he pulls off are fantastic.
Yeah, like I said before, he's a very awesome shot maker. I think he's very consistent with his balls as well.
How would you coach someone like him, though? It'd be very difficult to coach because he has the ability and just not too sure how to coach him. Yeah, it'll be tough, wouldn't it? That's a nice pick up. Yeah, well played, Sean Wigan. Got himself to a good position on that occasion.
Yeah.
And what about the speed? How do you work on your speed work? Is there any particular drill you do?
I do. So I do squash fit with my coach, and we do a lot of speed work. So like,
who's your coach at the moment?
So my coach is Manu Yam, and we do squash fit on Thursdays, and so that's a lot of just court sprints, shuttles, stuff like that that can just boost up your speed a lot. Yeah.
Because it's difficult for you. You've got your squash.
Yeah.
You've got your schoolwork. You can't forget that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure your parents wouldn't let you. But you're also, young woman, everybody's growing when you're about 14, 15. You can't do weights or anything like that. Well, you shouldn't do too many weights, and you can't do certain things. You've also got to, grow into your body, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So too much fitness isn't necessarily going to be, in the end, the best thing.
Yeah.
You've just got to keep yourself playing fit, and maybe do you do any running, like a long distance running?
I don't actually go out for a lot of runs because I don't actually like running.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah, I don't actually like running, but I do do a lot of like cardio. So every week just go on the treadmill. I do the bike. I do cross trainer, rowing, stuff like that. That can also be equivalent to running as well.
Have you seen the fitness work or heard of the fitness work that Paul Cole does, the New Zealand world number 5? It is kind of nuts. He's just crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I actually in the first lockdown did a Paul Cole challenge.
Right, yes.
So that was the 100 skips, burpees, mountain climbers, stuff like that, and that really, really the next day the body was not good.
No, he's arguably the fittest, probably is the fittest on the PSA circuit, men or women.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, I think that one thing that he does do a lot of is stretching. His stretching is really essential.
He's got a very good recovery program. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what really helps him stay so fit, is he's physically flexible. And well, that one, we only asked LLS 2 questions, and that was over very quick, and that's what can happen with these 2 particular players. So Sean Wigan coming back and getting that one 11-1 after Farialofa won the first 11-4. But back onto the stretching flexibility, you thought about yoga, or how do you think about what you can do in the future with stretching and getting ready for your sport?
Yeah, I'm actually really bad at stretching.
You're admitting a lot of things right now.
I know, my parents have to tell me you've got to stretch after your game, you've got to foam roll, but I do also go to a deep tissue massage, which can really loosen up. So I was going there once a week, just trying to get the body ready and loose and stuff like that. Yeah.
It's, you're going to hate it, but as older people say to you, you'll know it when you get older.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing any other person could say. And no doubt coaches and fitness people are going to say it. But, the thing is, you can get fit from court.
Yeah.
And also the stretching will help you out. And you'll get there, no doubt. It's probably just to keep the older people and coaches quiet. What do you actually enjoy when you get on the court? Is it the winning, or just playing and just getting out and whacking the heck out of the ball?
I just love playing. I just love, training and hitting all the balls to the back of the court and going up the front, and I just also like moving. I'm so energetic that I just want to move around the court and run around. Yeah, that's why I love squash, because you can just, any energy you have, you can just run around and stuff like that on here and just,
Okay, well, what about your friends? Do they know that you're a good player? Or are they just like, she just
They
plays
do,
squash?
yeah. I'm lucky because they do. They always are commenting whenever I've won a tournament. They've always congratulated me. So I'm lucky that I have very good friends that support me.
Yeah, And but you still like to do other things aside from squash.
Yeah.
To be a normal teenager.
Yeah.
That's always a good thing to have a bit of a we'll call it normal kind of life.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's have a look at the third game. It certainly raced through both occasions. Fadialova just dropping 4 in the first, and Sean Wicken just won.
Yeah.
That's the sort of thing that can happen with these sort of players, you know, because of the different styles, isn't it? All right, let's have a look here at the Sean, the serve. A little bit of height on it. Working the backhand side.
Yeah.
Wait for the cross from Fadialova. One more. Oh, sticking with it.
Good lift.
There you go. That was it. Ooh. That was more like the style of Sean Wicken that we've expected to try and move forward as much as he could.
Yeah.
Very punchy kind of forehand that he has as well.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a big swing, is it?
Yeah.
It's what we're expecting now is we've had a set each, had a game each.
Yep.
Now let's play.
Yeah.
We have had just sort of felt it out. We both know what you can do.
Yeah, sure.
What Fadialova was saying about Sean Wicken's match is he really likes how Sean can go forward and from a backhand just ease it across court for a winner. He
Yep.
said he'd love to be able to do that himself. I'm like, you can do a lot yourself anyway, Fadialova.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that, Leo. So let's see what can happen here. Just really hard to predict. And it must be hard to play against someone like Leo, where usually you're trying to anticipate where he's going to hit. It's so difficult. Oh, what happens there? I think you guys had it about once or twice where you and Katie, where the ball just hit into that back corner and just went faded, didn't it?
Yeah, I did that on against Emma Miller yesterday. I was like, okay, just take the point, you know.
Yeah.
That's what I do a lot, you know. Not going to get much of those playing the New Zealand number 3.
Yeah, it's sort of, is that the cold temperature or is it just hits and stays and fades away, doesn't it? Just
Yeah, I think it's just a lucky spot on the wall, to be honest, because you don't see a lot of people hitting those, but quite often you do see someone hit, maybe at least once in a game you do see someone hit that just right.
Was it you and Emma who lost the ball on the court?
Yeah.
That was unusual.
Yeah, I was at the front because I just won the point and hit the tin and just rolled right into the corner under the tin. I thought it might have come out the other side, but it didn't.
Well, when they move the walls for doubles, they're probably going to find quite a few balls in there. But it's
Yeah.
certainly unusual to lose a ball in
Yeah,
the court.
I know.
Maybe in the rafters at some venues,
Yeah.
but not really here. That was quite unusual. The two of you just sort of looking at it going,
Yeah.
where'd that ball go?
I thought there might have been another hole on the other side, but obviously not.
Unusual. Well, there we go with Sean Wicken taking the ball on the wall. That's about one of the... Oh, nice running.
Oh, nice lift.
Actually forced right into the back this time.
Yeah.
2 on the back wall that Wicken's had to take. Real variation so far in this point.
Yeah.
Well,
No shot.
that's a great shot, isn't
Yeah,
it? I mean,
it is.
how did he hit that? He managed to move forward and take it, was it on the full and just angle it across court?
Yeah.
Well done. The other thing is with Fadialova, he's very much comes across as a good sport, but he makes some interesting comments sometimes.
Yeah.
They're not really critical.
Yeah.
It's just his style.
Yep. Shot.
Set himself up nicely for that one. Fadialova couldn't really get out of the way.
Yeah, fast
quick
enough, yeah.
What happened there? It just seemed to die a little, didn't it?
Yeah.
And Farialofa, 1 point advantage. Gives the ball a little bit of height off the serve, not really a looping serve or anything like that, which Emma Miller tends to use quite a bit.
Yeah, it's such a struggle to play her with those lob serves because you can't really get a lot of power.
Yeah, Emma Miller, just the lob serves means you have to decide whether to go forward or back, and
yeah.
it's difficult, even if you're really tall, to take it going forward, so you have to really wait for it, and then she's got herself at the tee waiting for you to return.
Yeah, even if it's just a lob serve and it's not tight, it's still a struggle because you have to reach up and you can't get a lot of power from there, so you kind of just got to hit it softly and try to get it to the back. Yeah, it was very hard.
It's a real advantage to actually, I think perhaps some juniors probably don't use a lob to their advantage as much as they could do. All right, now let's see what Farialofa can do. At this point, he's got the 2-point advantage. He has a slightly variance when he serves from the backhand side, using the forehand from the backhand side. Just a little, oh, that's a nice serve. Oh, well picked up. How do you describe that shot there from Sean? It was sort of letting it drop very low, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Certainly some good quality squash now with both players.
Very tight and short, yeah.
So what you see perhaps a little bit more with the men is trying to move forward a bit more than certainly from your game, but from some of the other women's games that we've seen, is they really try and move forward. If they can take it on the full, they will at just about every opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, I see a lot of women try to play the back a lot.
Right.
Just try to play along their backhand side down along the wall, obviously when they get the opportunity to hit it up front, but oftentimes you'll see them hit it straight to the back. Yeah, with men's games, they obviously try to get them moving a lot more.
Was that something you've talked about with Manu, your coach, or is it something you're going to work on in maybe a year or two or in the future? We've
definitely worked on just trying to get it from the back, trying to push forward a lot, but I do try, if I get the opportunity, try to hit it to the front. But yeah, just trying to get your length to the back first, and then once you get the opportunity to try to hit a winner, it doesn't even have to be a winner, it just tries to get your opponent moving to forward and then all the way back and stuff like that, yeah.
Another lengthy rally. Both players were up front for a little while.
Yeah.
Forced back. Good rally. Can you finish it? Oh, great recovery. Oh. That was tremendous effort. The speed that, well, both players, that Leo Farialofa are quite a bit taller, but the speed that he has around the court is phenomenal, isn't it? It's almost like you'd put him in any sport and he would fit.
Yeah.
So a stroke or a let there, what would you have said?
I do think there was a little bit of room to play, but it was quite a hard decision because it wasn't to the wall a lot. It was quite out in the open, but...
I mean, they're both playing so quick, so it was quite hard to judge.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure on you there because our unofficial referees are sitting right in front of us and looking at you. Oh, stayed up. Oh, 11-10, game ball. Well, he had a couple of game balls himself, Leo Farialofa, but let that slip.
Yep.
And Sean Wiggin now with, and then the sloppy shot. Helps Wiggin take that one. And 12-10. Well, LLS, I'm going to let you go and get warm. And your parents have been watching,
Oh, I
and
know.
you've done very well under the pressure. So congratulations, and well done on
Thanks.
your win today, and all the best for the juniors in Christchurch next weekend. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Sean leads 2-1, Lovell.
So now at the start of game 4, and that's Sean Wigan with a 2-1 lead over Leo Fatialofa. This is the men's plate final, and an entertaining match as you'd expect from these two so far. A nice running from Sean Wigan once again, and both players playing the drop. There's the useful offensive lob or defensive lob on that occasion. Oh, it has been thoroughly entertaining. First two games did go very quickly, as you can tell by the scoreline, 11-4 and then 11-1 to Wigan. However, the third game, a couple of opportunities, a couple of game balls for Fatialofa. Sean Wigan doing his customary hard work around the court and putting a bit of pressure on his opponent to actually win it. He's not going to give away 3 points, not anymore anyway, maybe in the first game a little bit. But both players entertain us in their own particular way. Oh, turning him inside out.
Hand out, 1-3.
That was a top shot. It really was turning Wigan inside out from the back of the court. And Wigan incredibly quick around the court as well. So the match is coming up later on this afternoon. At the completion of this match, we do have Lauren Clark against Lana Harrison. That is the women's 3rd and 4th. Well played there by both players. Just the amount of work that you see. Sean Wigan,
Hand out, 4-1.
the speed around the court from him with the smaller steps, whereas Leo Fatialofa just seems to almost lope around the court and still very quick. Oh, that's a nice shot, and pick up as well. Not able to pick up, that is. So Fatialofa has been, he likes that shot. Both players actually like the backhand across court. So the women's third and fourth, Lauren Clark, Lana Harrison, followed by the men's third and fourth. That is Timwa Chalisi against Elijah Thomas. And then scheduled time start from 2:40 p.m. the women's final, Abby Palmer against Emma Miller. With the men's final, Lawamba Chalisi and Joel Ascott from 3:20 p.m.
6-2.
Also, don't forget that we will have coverage from Christchurch of the National Junior Champs starting from Saturday next weekend and also Sunday next weekend. A lot of the top players, New Zealand, will be in those championships, plus a few rising stars as well, no doubt. So Fanilofa staying in this, the fourth game. And there's a nice shot. Keeps it so low. Sean Wigan take it on the fall. Able to direct it down. Wasn't necessarily a huge amount of power. Didn't need it. Wanted to take the power off and let it bounce and stay low. Oh, almost came off. A couple of very unorthodox shots by Sean Wigan. The first one came off, the second one, not quite. It's a beautiful straight drive. Oh, right into the backhand corner, covered so well, both players. And a nice touch and angle from Sean Wigan. Really seeing some entertainment squash from both players. Wigan trying to wrap it up.
9-5.
And just a couple of bounces, 2 or 3 bounces before each serve. Quickly on to match ball. Sean Wigan, here we go, that's the 3 to 4 bounces. See if Fanilofa can hold on and if he can move forward. Gee, that's a nice touch. Yeah, got himself into a good position. Sean Wigan and winning in 4 games, 4-11, 11-1, 12-10 and 11-5. Very entertaining contest there for the men's plate. And well done to Sean Wigan and Leo Fanilofa in an entertaining match. We'll be back with the 3rd and 4th playoff and the women's Lauren Clark from the Bay of Plenty against Lana Harrison from Auckland.
National Squash Centre Invitational PSA Women's 3rd and 4th playoff between Lana Harrison to serve, Lauren Clark to receive, best of 5 games, bubble. Hand out, 1 love.
Well, here we are with the 3rd and 4th playoff and the women's draw. It is Lauren Harrison and Lana Harrison and Lauren Clark. That's going to catch me out a few times there, Shelley. The 2 L's there. What we need is Ella in there as well, and it'll be very, very difficult. So Shelley Kitchen, this 3rd and 4th playoff is just getting underway. Lauren Clark is in the brighter red colour, and the blue-black is Lana Harrison. What are you going to expect from this one, Shelley? A lot of power probably going to come from Lana Harrison?
Yeah, I think so. I think she'll be quite keen to play well today after her match yesterday with Abby. I thought Abby played extremely well, and all her shots were working. Lana tried to sort of combat that a little bit, but wasn't really quite happening for her. So I think, yeah, she'll be sort of wanting to try and come out here today and just really play well, I think.
Yeah, I think with Lana, she wants to be, well, she was intending to be professional again. However, things got disrupted quite a lot this year, and you know, whether or not her plans are still that way, I guess everybody has to adjust their plan during a particular year like this one, don't they? And you know, that's really working for the head rackets company, and you know, whether or not she was going to actually try and play as much as possible. And Lauren's more the coaching side, or involved in coaching around the Bay of Plenty area. So different ideas of what they want to do.
Yeah, I think Lana this year was definitely going for the World Women's team in Malaysia. I think that was her biggest goal for the year. She's played the Auckland Summer Series in February, played all the events there, and was definitely through the final semis and winning one event. So she's also come back after the first lockdown and played some local Auckland tournaments. Actually travelled regionally as well. She played a tournament in New Plymouth and also Taupo Open as well. So yeah, and then
I'm sure I saw her play against some men, and was it in Franklin or somewhere like that, Papakura, where there was a tournament where she was hitting against some men, which is great practice too.
Yeah. When I played men most of the time.
What would that be? Was it just the standard, or was it more to go against the power, or what's the thinking behind that?
Yeah, I think just when you're playing the men, they keep on getting the ball back, you know, all the time. The matches are really hard, but when I was growing up, I only really played men from Kaitaia, so I was just kind of quite used to it. When I moved to Auckland, it was sort of just what I did. And when I was playing, a lot of our top women pros were overseas as well, competing. So it was always good to get good matches with the men.
Well, we're looking at this first game. Clark managing the 3-point advantage. She's a very steady player, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. She hits the ball really nice and smooth. Good technique. Moves the ball around the court nicely. But yeah, she's been trying to take her squash quite seriously this year, even though disrupted with COVID. But she played a few PSA tournaments earlier in the year. Fortunately, had an ankle injury halfway through the year. But yeah, it's good to see Lauren Clark playing up here this weekend.
Well, I seem to recall presenting Lauren with a trophy for her coaching at the National Awards late last year as a club coach, I think, or certainly a coaching award. For the efforts that she'd been putting in around the Bay of Plenty region. So recognised for her efforts there. Oh, that's nice. Look off the background.
Yeah, it's a good rally here. Girls moving the ball around.
It's probably the sort of rally that they need to really find themselves into the match, isn't it? Good pickup.
Oh, good get from Lauren there.
Good advantage, and yeah. It was a nice bit of running from Lauren Clark, but Lana Harrison had herself ready in position for whatever ball came back and was able to pick and choose where she put the ball.
I think Lauren's using the height quite well. Lana likes it fast paced, so Lauren's just trying to slow it down a little bit, use the height on the front wall,
Well, talking
force
with
the error.
Ella Lash about how Emma Miller uses almost a lob serve, or uses the lob throughout the points as well to her advantage a lot.
Nice drop there from Lana.
Perhaps the juniors aren't used to that, and that's what Ella said she struggled with for a while. So it's interesting to see some seniors using it more than not. Oh, that's... Gee, that was a good ball on the forehand, wasn't it?
Yeah, Lauren's feeling confident, quite happy to take that ball in short. Now she's got one game ball. Oh, wow, nice shot.
Yeah. It's the sort of thing that you want to do when you've got a game ball against you, just with ease, or it looks easy. Oh. So, well, we've switched
Funny
around.
bounce there.
Yeah. Had a funny bounce and we've switched everything around. The game balls have changed.
That's a great shot. Good comeback from Lana there.
Well, there's the, she's using that as a weapon at the moment. Good pickup.
Stroke to Harrison, 12-10.
Oh, okay. We were waiting for the call there from the officials, and in the end, Lana Harrison takes that one at 12-10, the first game, and congratulations there to Harrison. We'll be back with the second game very shortly. So Lana Harrison reversing around. I think she had a game point against her in that first game against Lauren Clark and Shelley Kitchen. What about the different styles here? Is it correct to say that Lauren's almost a real retriever, whereas you'd call Lana more of the attacking player? Would that be fair?
Yeah, I think definitely in this match it is. I'm really impressed with all the amount of balls that Lauren, has been getting back this all weekend against Natalie, Emma yesterday and today. So I think, she's moving well. Oh.
Yeah, a tough one there for Lauren. She was speeding there to get it and trying to get out the way, but she just couldn't do it fast enough. Well, that's a nice shot.
Oh, nice shot.
Yeah. Well, Lauren Clark got into a good position, put a sort of stop forehand, but Lana was in good position herself.
Oh, well, and then we have a five-point lead.
Where did that come from? It really came quickly. She's It's beating it up. Oh, had the advantage. Now, temperature-wise on court, I don't know if it's quite as warm as the last couple of days. There has been rain, but also quite a bit of humidity in Auckland today. That's played away off the body.
6-1.
Keep it nice and high. Very powerful backhand return from Lauren Clark.
Oh, great shot.
Well done.
And out. 2.
Certainly not afraid to use their backhands as a weapon. It's not
Yeah, I
just
think
about
that was a
getting it
loose
back.
ball from Lana. Good opportunity for Lauren to try and put it away. That's also a nice boast. So Lana's just sort of a couple of loose balls, and Lauren's just really pounced on those loose balls.
Well, the lead's been cut away a little bit. It was 5-love. Now 6-3 to Lana Harrison.
Down. 4-6.
Probably just needed to stay in the rally another shot rather than going for too much on that one.
There's those lob serves again.
Yeah, you use that as a weapon, and it seems it's a good idea for Lauren Clark to actually just get the ball a little bit more air. Oh,
Hand out.
notice Shelley on the forehand side that Lana Harrison has been using that shot, hitting it off the sidewall, not necessarily with the hugest power, but it's almost been a weapon for her in this particular match.
A sort of nice three-wall boast, dying boast there. Probably unforced error there from Lauren. Probably not really necessary at this point of the game.
Yeah, she clawed her way back in, but now
Yes, let. 8-5.
now the scoreline's just escaped her again.
Just Lana's sort of hard and fast sort of style of play.
Yeah,
Points can get away from you pretty quickly.
yeah,
And I think we're 5-all now. We're 9-5.
yes. It's wasn't the cleanest shot, but stayed in the point. And switching the sides a lot here. We're going from forehand to backhand. Oh, not quite.
10-5.
What we found in that rally was they really were switching forehand, backhand to forehand. It wasn't just a continuation of down one particular side.
Yeah, there was some quick movement in that last rally.
Down. Hand out. 6-10.
Dying boast not quite working this time.
No, perhaps they do need to slow it down a little bit. They've just raced in these last couple of points. That's much better. Using all the corners.
Oh,
Down.
That was a bit unfortunate there for Lauren Clark. She was in that rally and looking good. So that is the second game to Lana Harrison, a 2-game-to-love lead in this, the third and fourth playoff of the women's draw.
Harrison leads 2 games to love. Love all.
And a nice lead for Lana Harrison. 2 games to love in this, the 3rd and 4th playoff against Lauren Clark. The first game was very tight, and second, Harrison just managed to gain that. Oh, there's very much a lob. All that there. In the second game, Lana Harrison managed to come out to a nice lead after it had been close for a while. And a couple of errors for Lauren Clark in that second game. But now into the third. Shelley, is there any particular change of tactics you'd expect? Or is it really just play your own game and stay with it?
Yeah, I think Lauren's got to, change things. Around with it. I think it's a little bit tighter, keep it out of the tin. From the looks of the first 2 games, Lana's been sort of quite comfortable taking the ball in short from anywhere of the court.
3-1.
So for Lauren to get back into this, it's got to be a lot tighter. Cross court's got to be wider. That's probably a bit too short of the serve.
Well, it was certainly there for the hitting. It was in a hitting zone, wasn't it? It was saying, you can put me away, but probably just pushed it a little bit too far. Oh, that's a nice play.
And out. 4-2.
Is that boast?
Yes, left. 4-2.
Okay, well, give him the let there.
Oh, great shot.
5-2.
I think it's always the shot for most players, isn't it? Put it in that hitting range, and you just want to power through it.
Oh, great shot.
Well, that's 2 in a row there for Lana Harrison on the forehand. So Lauren Clark, if she wants to stay in there, she's going to have to keep it away from the hitting zone on that forehand. Nice change of
And
direction.
again.
Lauren frustrated that she knows what she's doing there. Just not able to.
Lana's just moving the ball around the court really well, not really giving Lauren much time onto the ball.
Down. And out. 3-7.
So a couple of points back. That'll maybe give her a bit more confidence to challenge. There's the slower serve.
Oh, like that lob.
I'm sure it'd
Great
stay there.
shot. And volley there.
Good pick up. Yeah. Well played. Nice controlled point.
And out. 8-4.
Lauren's doing her best to try and... Oh,
Head on the serve. 8-4.
Okay, well, managed to get the let there. No question from either player. Gee, that's a high serve.
oh, it's a great
Nice.
shot.
Yeah. Really cut underneath it a little bit, so it's going to come back low.
5-8.
Well played.
Good get from Lana. Oh, it's a nice shot.
A couple of good points to come back and bring it back to 2 points. Lauren Clark, 1 off the back end and then more off the forehand.
No, nice,
That's a
nice
very
shot.
good point.
That's a good rally.
And Harrison really moving Clark around. She was probing the backhand side on the net, the 10. Oh, and then we have the unforced error. Well, it's been hard work. Certainly hasn't been easy at all. Lana Harrison has had to work very hard for this victory, all bet in straight games if it does come off.
Yeah, hasn't made any easy points in this game.
Oh, except for these last two. So 12-10, 11-6, 11-6, and that is a third place in this tournament for Lana Harrison over Lauren Clark. And the playoff there, entertaining contest and some good hitting by both players, not afraid to attack the ball on the backhand or the forehand. And there was 3 points in a row on the forehand there for Lana Harrison in that, the third game, which really helped her out. She was able to hit very strongly on that forehand. So a win. And coming up very shortly for the men's third and fourth, it is Tenwa Chalisi against Elijah Thomas. Back with that game in just a moment. Well, it's men's third and fourth playoff time at the National Squash Centre Invitational, the PSA satellite tournament at Unitec in Auckland. And we've had 3 matches completed so far today. The women's consolation, where Ella Lash was a winner over Katie Templeton in straight games. Then we had the men's plate, Sean Wiggin over Leo Fadialova. Sean Wiggin with me, and we'll be helping with commentary on this particular match coming up. But the women's third and fourth, well, that was Lana Harrison in straight, albeit a tough one, over Lauren Clark. Now the men's third and fourth, the match here in front of us. It is Elijah Thomas in white up against Temwa Chalisi in the orange and black. And it should be a very entertaining, very hard-fought contest. And Sean Wiggin, what are we going to expect from these two? It is going to be different styles, but also hard-fought between them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to certainly be a tight one. They've had some massive battles already this year. Remember, Elijah got a big 5-set win against Temwa over at Squash XL, and then a week later they played again and Temwa got over him that time. So it's, I guess, whoever's handled the weekend better physically, because they've both certainly had some tough ones, especially for Temwa yesterday against Joel.
Yeah, 5 games. There was that couple of toughies yesterday. It was that really pushed it. We're talking about an hour for the games, or over an hour, or seemingly like that. And that's tough for anybody, even Paul Cole seems to do it just about every single match. But what can we expect with the differing styles? Is one of these players more attacking than the other?
Yeah, I'd say Temwa, especially today, I would expect him to maybe go a little bit shorter, a little bit more in this game. Because Elijah, especially with his fitness right now, he will just keep the rallies going. And he didn't have a massively long game yesterday compared to Temwa, so he'll be feeling a little bit better physically as well. So I think for Temwa, if he just, so you see he's already trying to maybe just go a little bit short with his shots, trying to go for him a little bit more.
Oh, that's a nice play.
Yeah, that's a nice shot there. You'll see a lot of that in this game. A lot of drops, a lot of kills.
What about in the difference with your match against Leo Fadialova? I mean, a completely different contest. When you play Leo, that you know that there's going to be shot making all the way, and the way you were playing, you try and move forward and take the ball on the full. So that total different type of contest, isn't it?
Yeah, you've just got to. Everyone has, of course, different styles. It's how you handle it, and I think it showed in my game. It didn't get much time to warm up today, and Leo, to his credit, he came out playing some very smart squash and just going for his shots. It took a while for me to get going in my game, and it's how you analyze what you have to do with your opponent, because he knew I would want to just slow down a little bit and get my game going. See some nice shot making for both players here. Oh, interesting shot there from Temwa there.
Yeah, both players really having to pull out the unorthodox shots, but they've worked their back into something a bit more regular. What we're going to see is a lot of patience from these players. 30-shot rallies, no problem.
Yeah, and they would have, of course, practiced a lot of these sort of situations. They've both had 2 tough games. Now it's how you back it up on the final day, because that's, of course, where the top players handle it much better, and it's probably an unnecessary shot there.
After all that long rally and then just pushing it a little bit too far.
And like I said before, for Thames today, it's how he backs up that game from yesterday, because that would have taken a lot out of him from that game yesterday against Joel.
What we're seeing also from Elijah is remembering that he is 17, and to show this sort of maturity on the court, as in that he doesn't mind playing long, and he's quite happy to be there. Is it similar to someone like Paul Cole?
Yeah, I would say it's very similar to how Paul grew up. Paul wasn't the most amazing junior growing up, but one thing he had that Elijah sort of has as well is that that mental mindset,
Stay on
just
court.
working very hard, trying to always improve his game. That's certainly what got Paul to where he is now, and you can tell Elijah's got is very similar in that sort of way as well, which is why, again, you know, he's gone up the ranks very well. You know, he's already at the start of the year, he made a quarterfinal of a PSA, which is pretty hard even for a 17-year-old to achieve. So
I think he made the Henderson Open. That was a PSA. In the
oh yeah,
summer
he made the he made the final of that tournament.
Yeah, lost to Evan Williams in the final.
Yeah.
And Evan, with all the experience in the world
Yeah.
in many ways, against someone who was a bit raw. And I know that Elijah was disappointed to lose that.
Yeah.
But really, when you looked at the comparison, someone in the top 100 who'd done it many times,
Yeah.
Against someone who was ranked maybe 250, there's a big difference there. And as Evan said, this is the sort of thing that he needs to do. Is play these
Yeah,
tournaments, make the
and
finals.
it's these sort of matches that he'll learn from as well. So like yesterday, he was a fair bit in the game against Luamba, but again, Luamba's been on the tour for a few years now, and he knows what he's got to do. And when it came to there were those games where 6-all, 7-all every single time, and then suddenly that's when it got to get a bit tangled up there.
I think actually the ball was past him when he...
Yeah, he just got a bit tangled up there and didn't help where he was standing. So Timmo was still follow-throwing when he was heading, so he couldn't really go anywhere when he was still heading, so right, cool there.
It is nice to hear, though, in a way that you don't have to be the top couple of juniors to actually make it, because so many juniors might be 4th or 5th in the country, and then saying, oh, maybe I'm just not going to get the attention, I'm not going to go anywhere. Yet we see Paul Cole, who probably was 3rd or 4th, maybe in his age group, who obviously through hard work, you've got to have some ability and skill. And
I remember hearing a story about Paul Cole when he missed out on a development squad camp, and he was pretty disappointed he missed out. He felt he deserved to be there. So his first he used that as motivation, and suddenly saw him just going out to the park, just going for massive runs, doing a lot of shuttles, and all of a sudden, he's right up there as one of the top players for his age. And from there, he just used that motivation once more to continue to improve. And now it's amazing where he's now.
The fittest in the world, definitely, I'd say. Certainly acknowledged that way, and really challenging the Egyptians. He's playing very well. I mean, made final of the World Champs last year, and just recently in Manchester, he had one win over one of the top Egyptians, and just couldn't quite do it in the end in his semi-final match. And now in the top 8 tournament in Egypt, in Cairo, starting in I think it's about a day or two's time, and then another couple of tournaments in Egypt as well. So great to see that, and I think it's you've got to have some talent, of course, but it does give that little bit extra hope that if you work really hard and get exceptionally fit, and you're willing to actually put in that effort, you can go somewhere, even if you're not in that top couple to start with.
Well, one thing a coach always says is, everyone's going to have that talent somewhere, but it's the ones that make it are the ones that work the hardest. So you can see the difference between guys that are still here and guys that sort of stop playing when they're like 13. They probably had similar talent, but the difference was one was willing to go the distance where the others may not be as keen. As we see some very, very fast pace here, a lot of volleying here.
Yep. Well, it's a tight call.
Yeah, that one, you can tell Elijah's doing it more for safety reasons. And it's extremely hard knowing where your opponent is. You certainly don't want to be hitting your opponent, because that looks much worse. So it's always...
Feels a lot worse. And now Elijah's just got to be careful that he doesn't let that decision
he's
affect that point, as I think it might have.
Yeah, like sort of happened with him in some of his games recently. He's in the game, he's playing well, and then something doesn't quite go his way, and then he just makes an easy mistake like that, which you don't really want to do. You want to sort of back it up as...
Just that extra bit of pace on the forehand from Temwa Chalisi, and going past the outstretched racket.
You
Elijah Thomas.
can see Thames is trying to take the ball really early at the moment, which is no doubt affecting Elijah's rhythm at the moment, not letting him get into the point. But then you see two very cheap points there, sort of giving.
Well, that's what you want, isn't it? You know, when you're chasing someone, those couple of cheap points, you don't have to work hard.
And sometimes you, as a player on the court, you can sort of call those a small win when you're seeing your opponent make a mistake like that, especially off a really long rally. I think it's more important backing it up than the point itself.
Is there some sort of weakness that you can probe in Temwa's game, that you can just keep on probing at it? Or is he solid across the court?
Well, he sometimes has those mental
Lapses?
lapses. It sort of happened when I played him on Friday night. He was playing really well. He started out really well, and then just has these moments where he sort of gives away a cheap point.
Yeah, we saw a couple of those just recently. Gave away 2 cheap points. That's a long rally and a good rally. Certainly stayed focused on that one. But there was a couple of cheap points. He gave away 2 points to Elijah Thomas to let him back into the game. But now the first game ball.
Temwa going for shots again.
Now the lob put in there to slow it down.
That's what Elijah's got to do a little bit more. Just slow it down when he needs to. Because Thames is suddenly trying to pick the pace up.
Oh. Nice play. Great rally.
Elijah scrambling in this rally here. Should maybe just put him.
No lid on that one.
And one thing the refs have been told to do is to try and get the players to try and play the ball a little bit more instead of giving away sort of, wouldn't say cheap lets, but just just making it easy for them just to call, try and make them play a little bit more.
Well, it was a good rally with the different speed throughout it. It was sped up, slowed down, and then just on those last couple of shots, Temwa was able to really just put a bit more pace on it, and then for Elijah to have to run across and then hit the ball on the run effectively up near the tee was going to be quite difficult. So that is the first game of this, the third and fourth playoff, the National Squash Centre Invitational, as PSA a satellite tournament. Temwa Chalisi taking the first 11-7, coming back in just a moment with game 2. And ready now for the second game of Timur Chalisi against Elijah Thomas. This is the third and fourth playoff, the National Squash Centre Invitational PSA Satellite Tournament. Timur Chalisi in the orange against Elijah Thomas in the white. And Sean Wiggin, an interesting first game with the variance of pace. Elijah Thomas perhaps trying to slow the ball down, whereas Timur Chalisi, as you've said, trying to take the ball on the full and maybe vary the pace or speed it up when he can.
Yeah, well, when you play Elijah, you know you sort of can't get into just you can't just keep rallying and play the ball, because Elijah likes that sort of game. So you've got to find a way to sort of pick it off and try and speed it up, so then take the time away. And Timur, to his credit, is doing very well, just picking the right times to do that. Just sometimes putting Elijah on under a little bit more pressure. But I wouldn't mind seeing Elijah maybe put a few more lobs just to give himself that extra time. So a few quick points here. So a nice shot there though. No, that's well played there.
Yeah, even the acknowledgement from Timur, but it was Elijah holding the ball, knowing where his opponent was, and then just taking a bit of pace and playing it down low on the forehand corner.
Yeah, because that's when Elijah plays his best. Doesn't worry too much about the quality, just make sure he gets the ball very tight to the wall. So that drop before was very tight to the wall and very well played.
And tell me, Sean, are there many left-handers that you come up against around New Zealand? Right? In the men's, there really doesn't seem to be.
There's not too many left-handers. You get some getting. You got Evan, of course, who's a very good left-hander.
Just doesn't really seem to be too many that I can recall.
I'm trying to.
That's the thing.
Trying to actually remember. Sorry if I forget you.
It's certainly not that many. There's a couple in the women. So obviously Abby Palmer and Ella Lash, rising player, lefty. But
and of course Amanda was a left-hander as well.
Yeah. But otherwise, in the men's, I can really only think of Evan in the A grades. And there may be someone else around the country. Apologies if we're not mentioning them, but certainly Evan is. But there's just not that many. And you'd think that it would be a significant advantage.
Yeah, well, you get, like I say, you get some who are actually right-handed when they sort of write or do that, but then you get them getting told to actually try and learn to play left-handed because they know it's going to be a big advantage for them.
Well, that's like Rafael Nadal.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he's a right-hander, and then he got told to.
Yeah, it's helped. One of the greats. Yeah, what an interesting thought. Whether or not for people left or right-handed, maybe it's a young person that wants to play. Maybe left-handed might be the way. It'd be a rarity in New Zealand, that is, and even in the pro ranks, trying to think of players that are left-handed. I can't think of too many in the PSA top 20.
There's
there we go.
There's Amanda Selby from America. She's left-handed. I know that.
Can't think of too many in the men's. There may be one in the top 20. Well, we have to have a look at that anyway and just see if we can. In the meantime, just really, Elijah Thomas does have 3-point advantage. This is a long rally staying in it. That's a nice shot. It's got the advantage now, pushing it back. Didn't quite make the most of that shot, Elijah Thomas, that he could have.
Elijah's doing a little bit better, making Timur move around a little bit more in this game, using the height a little bit more and then picking off when he needs to. Just forcing a few more mistakes now from Timur in this game.
You had a line at the front and you went into the player. No, you went sideways into the player and the ball was forward. No left.
So no lead on that one, and I think I've got to agree with the officials.
Yeah, well, another thing the officials want to see the players do a bit more is to show a bit of effort going to the ball. That time, yeah, got a little bit tangled up, but Thames didn't quite put enough effort to try and get around, which is why the officials would have given a no let on that occasion. Want to see.
They gave the explanation
Yeah.
as well. It wasn't like, no. And Elijah just about tripping over himself in that one. Certainly a bit of body contact.
Yes, again, but so again on that occasion, just maybe getting a bit tangled up.
Interesting that I think there was probably 2 question marks in your particular game with Leo, and that really wasn't even a question. It was like, you know, hands up, asking.
Well, I think it's important, and it's like that in any sport, you know, you don't want to bring the officials into the game too much. You want to enjoy a good, tough game, and you don't want to sort of, by the end of the games, say the officials were the reason why you lost or you won the game. So it's...
And perhaps it's just the different styles of these two, and also the way that Joel and Luamba to a certain extent play. It is more of a contest around the middle and moving each other, whereas the way that you and Leo played, you know, it's a different style. It's more of a free style, where these 2 players are compact in what they do.
And you get some of them sort of knowing what their opposition is like, so you get some of them... Some players can get a bit annoyed when their opponent sort of gets close to them.
And you'll see that certainly in the top 10. And the Egyptians played the game well and play the laws of it well. Not always what you want to see, but they play it up to the letter of the law, don't they?
Yeah, and like I said, you know, you don't want to always have to bring the officials into the game. Sometimes it gets a little bit tangled up and you've got to call it, but you've got to, at the same time, you don't want to be doing too much of that, otherwise it just starts to get a little bit out of hand. Actually getting a good lead in this game.
Yeah, just heading into that backhand corner, as we've discussed, it can really fade away, can't it?
Yeah, in these courts, if you can get a really good lead, it can die a little bit more at the back of the court. So just using a little bit of extra height, very smart here.
No.
But although that's a very nice counter drop there, couldn't do much else from that.
No. So the 4-point advantage, it's a tough one to come back from. Ooh, gee, look at that.
But even if Thames loses this game, if he can just get a few good points here at the end of this game, can give him a little bit of confidence going into the third game. Again, just a bit.
Elijah's having to do a lot of movement around Tenwa.
And you know, he's had those.
Well.
He's of course had those calls before, not go his way. So, whoa,
Great point.
working very hard here.
Oh, gee.
But you would have known from those earlier points. You know, he got a few no-lets against him, so now he knows he needs to try and maybe show he's trying to get around it. And to his credit, he did a very good job there, trying to.
Didn't quite come off in the end, but gee, you know, he really was spinning around Luamba and having to go around the physical body of Luamba. It was tough.
Yeah, and that's another thing. You get some players, you know, they can use their, I wouldn't say muscle, but just that.
I mean, it's not a big court. It doesn't get bigger because the opponent's bigger.
And you know, I'm a very, very small guy. I know my size is not gonna.
No,
it's not going to stop people, so I've got to try to move around, which is what Elijah, of course, tried to do in that point there, to his credit.
What's like playing against someone like Glenn Templeton? He's a big unit. I guess he's about 6'4" or something like that, and has a big reach. you know, you run into him, you're going to feel it. You run into
Yeah.
him at Wamba, you're probably going to feel it after a while. So
And you get some, and then you get, and you've also can't afford to let your opponent see that as well, because then they know, you know, oh, they're going to try and do this very nice shot there from Temwa down the.
good recovery. So Elijah Thomas just went wrong way on one occasion.
So, yeah, so on that occasion, just Elijah not getting out of the way and Temwa accidentally hitting him because there was sort of an attacking opportunity there. The referees gave a stroke on that occasion.
And no real discussion from Elijah over it. I think he understood it.
Yeah.
But he was, here's the advantage. Yep, that's good play.
And that was important there for Elijah to get that one because Temwa was just coming back from this game.
So 2 points either way, 2 to catch up for Temwa and 2 to win the game for Elijah Thomas. We certainly felt this one could go more, you know, it wasn't going to be a straight game, and if it was going to be still a battle. I'm expecting 4. Not sure if we'll go 5.
Well, this is a very crucial moment now. You've just had a sort of a mini break here. Got a mini break here, so now they've got to back up. They've got to back up here. Not necessarily physically, but mentally, they've got to find a way to back it up. Temwa did very well to come back in this game. So now it's how we can continue that momentum. You can see Temwa just stepping up the pace here, trying to take the ball really early.
Oh, just stayed under the line. Now we're slowing it down.
Oh, crucial mistake that.
Goodness, he had the opportunity.
But that's credit to Elijah as well, staying in the point, making sure he's getting to every shot.
That's the thing, if you're going to chase it down, make your opponent play that shot, and it can work out. It's not single again.
That's a big few points there for Elijah, especially after that mini break there. So,
no, well done to Elijah Thomas for hanging in, almost losing the lead that he had, but then putting the pressure on Temwa where he made the mistake up close to the 10, and then successful with a forehand real deep after he had Temwa up close to the 10 again. So well done there to Elijah Thomas, taking the second, and we're now 1 game apiece in this, the 3rd and 4th playoff.
One game all. Thomas to serve. Lovell.
What an exciting contest between Elijah Thomas and Temwa Chulisi. This is the start of the third game. The first one, well, 11-7 to Temwa Chulisi, and the second, nice effort, particularly in the last couple of points by Elijah Thomas, where he was successful in putting pressure on his opponent by running every single shot down, and then a successful winner to take the game. And now into the third. Sean Wigan, an interesting match so far because we've really seen the different styles, and we've seen a little bit of a fade away for Temwa and a couple of errors and some good fight back by Elijah Thomas.
Well, this is going to be a crucial game now for Temwa, because this is, especially now, is when you've, especially having had some tough games, it's how you back up in these sort of situations. You know, the first two games certainly showed the physicality out there, and now it's how he can bounce back from this one, especially after going down in that last game. Elijah is a very fit guy. He can go on forever.
Gee, that was a nice shot though from Temwa there. Really took the pace off it, almost floating the ball forward.
And I would be expecting those shots maybe coming out a little bit more in this game, just trying to mix it up.
Just the chasing ability of Elijah is quite phenomenal.
Well, yeah, you know, he's sort of grew up with that mindset on trying to get to every shot.
Was that Carol Owens telling him to do that?
Yeah, and he would have, you know, he's grown up having just had, focusing on that main goal, just getting to every shot, and eventually making sure your opponent's trying to hit a very good shot, because in the end, Temwa had to hit a really good backhand drive there just to get the point. And he's probably thinking, how in the world can I hit a winner against him if he keeps getting all those back?
Well, isn't it the key of don't give away free points? If you hit one more ball back, it means they have to hit one more ball back, and that can quite often be the error.
A nice drive there from Elijah.
Yeah, a good drive, and the footwork just not that steady there from Temwa. He thought he had it, but then misstep, and the winner.
This is where the body starts to feel. You've just had, you know, last match of the weekend. You know, it's been such a there've been so many tight contests.
Well, that's the advantage of having the 8-player. You know that, you know, there's going to be no loose matches, no matches that you'll just walk over and take you through the next round.
Well, even my game against Glenn, it might have been in 3, but I remembered waking up this morning feeling absolutely stuffed, and sort of showed at the beginning of my game. Again.
The other aspect is that this is the first tournament for a number of months, nearly 6 months, where there's PSA points and a little bit of prize money on it. And that just adds that little bit of pressure, doesn't it? You know, you can play these tournaments as fun tournaments, but this adds a bit more.
And especially, you know, you don't know how everyone's playing. So, you know, everyone so far has sort of been each other different stages of the year. Again, just getting tangled up here.
I think there's a little bit of, I hesitate to say milking that one a bit.
Well, like I said, you know, the officials are going hard now, giving more no-lets than what they would have used to.
Certainly a little bit of exaggeration at the end to emphasize what he wanted to do or what he couldn't do.
Well, again, you know, you've got to at least try and find a way to get around it.
Yep.
That one was a little bit harder, but unless you're hitting a very nice shot, you know, doesn't help when your opponent's still trying to finish off their shot, which happened on that occasion.
Yep. Well, much better shot there from Elijah Thomas, really pushing it deep into the backhand of Temwa Chulisi. It has that 4-3 advantage. No one's been able to really push out in this particular set so far. No one's had that 3-love, 4-love lead.
Well, this game is very crucial now.
And there's the loose one that not that we're expecting from Tenwa, but there's the loose one that every now and then can just come out and help you out.
And he can't afford to sort of do those points now, because this is when you can see certain opponents sort of start to move away.
So use the back corners. Let's see who can use them the best. Both players putting it right deep at the moment.
Some really nice hitting here from Elijah down the backhand corner.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's it.
Scooped underneath it, didn't he?
He had some amazing shots there at that point. Just keeping Tenwa at the back of the corner and then taking advantage of that really nice drop there. You just see Elijah just attacking that backhand corner a bit more in this game. Certainly paying off in those last 2 points there.
Yeah, real tactics. You can start to see the tactics, can't you, of Elijah in this particular game.
And he's just, again, he's just starting to run away in this game.
Yeah, 5-point lead. He used the corner very well there again, and Tenwa should be aware that he knows it fades a little bit there in that forehand corner or backhand corner as well. So he probably doesn't need to wait quite as long. Maybe just take it a little bit earlier.
Well, I think it's hard as well because he was getting pinned on the backhand so much as well that, you know, it would be hard for him to react to going straight to the forehand corner, although he's doing a little bit better here.
Oh,
Well played
nice.
there.
Defended his body and pushed the ball away. Put himself into a good position.
Well, that's a well played point there. That backhand volley was very crucial there, setting up the point.
He's one of those players, Tenwa, that when the ball is coming out of his body, he's up to defend quite nicely and almost turn it into attack.
Well, the first thing you get taught in squash is always having that racket preparation ready, and you can tell he's certainly always has that racket ready to go. So when the ball does come quick to him, it's not really a surprise. So he's able to execute that sort of shot really well as he hits another really nice drive to the backhand corner.
So what you're saying, Sean, is make sure don't leave your racket down low. Have it up a little bit higher or have it ready. You mean back or just in front?
Yeah, you've got to. The key is to always have that sort of racket preparation ready, because if you never know where the shot's going to go. If you react too early, then of course your opponent's going to go the other way. But if you're Elijah.
Almost. Now, Elijah, you're letting that big lead that you had go. It was 8-4. It's now 8-6.
And now this is a good time just to refocus. As you can see,
your glasses off, wipe them
smart move here from Elijah. Just give himself that extra time to refocus. As you can see, Tenwa, you know, he wants to play. He's got the momentum. He wants to play. See, he's getting a bit frustrated.
Yeah, you could say, come on, I want to get going.
Nice hitting here from Tenwa.
Yeah, that's good play.
Now you see Tenwa picking the forehand a little bit more. Another tight game here.
Well, the 4-point cushion now down to 1, plus Tenwa has the service advantage. Played a little bit lower than I was expecting that.
Yeah. It was always a frustrating one, that one. You know, you've got yourself back in the point, you get told to go to 10, then you get your opponent hitting you on the... You know, it's happened to Tenwa a few times.
So just explain what happened there.
So Elijah hit Tenwa on the back. Because the ball was going to the front wall, it's given a stroke because Temwa was in the way, but
Difficult to get out of the
but
way.
then usually the officials will give a warning to the guy that hits it, on this occasion Elijah, so then we don't get those sort of incidences happening again, because of course it would create a lot of it will create injuries if you do that sort of thing. And it'll be,
How could Temwa have got out of the way of that one? I mean, he's got to hit it. Then
yeah. The first rule in squash is usually to give your opponent time.
Oh. Well, there
Time
we
to
go.
clear, and you know that moment certainly frustrated him, because he sort of
Yeah.
lost 2 very quick points there, and he'll be very disappointed with how it finished here, especially after coming back from.
Yeah, he forced his way back. It was 8-4 to Elijah Thomas, and then he managed to force his way back in within a point. And then we had the hitting shot. You know, certainly nothing intentional from Elijah to actually hit him, but then also Temwa just probably need to step a little bit, maybe to his left.
Yeah.
And he would have been out of the range. But it was when the ball goes behind you, and you've hit it and it goes behind you, what's the hitter to do? You know, when they want to go across court.
Yeah, it's always a tough situation, but you've still got to give your opponent space to hit the ball. So that's a tough one. At the same time, Elijah probably should have not looked to cross-call that one as well, which.
I could see that creating a lot of issues at, say, C grade or something like that, of hitting your opponent.
Yeah.
There would be a few disputes that may have to be settled. And hitting your opponent in the back or anywhere.
That's why you get a lot of people trying to avoid it
Right.
these days. So it's only one thing that could get maybe worked on, maybe potentially giving more of a consequence to the guy that hits it as well, rather than just the one that gets hit.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really wants to stand in the way of it, because getting hit with a squash ball is.
No.
I've seen a few welts, and I'm sure
I've
you've been
certainly
hit a few
had
times.
hits in my time, and I've had some really bad marks from those.
Campbell Grayson has got hit a few times as well. It may have been in doubles, but I've seen him with a few shiners. And Paul Cole got the cut above his eyebrow, I think it was, one time as well in one of the top pro tournaments. Well, it is 2-1 for Elijah Thomas over Temwa Chalisi, and this is the 3rd and 4th playoff. Ready very shortly for the continuation of the match and the 4th game. And, well, it was an unfortunate end for Temwa, that 3rd game, and just with the hitting occasion, he was fairly frustrated. Whereas Elijah Thomas, and he was happy with that. That was the fist pump. He's,
and one of the things that would have been told Temwa here was to sort of refocus. You know, yeah, it was certainly not what you were expecting, but can't sort of keep going back to those. Just got to move on from those sort of situations now. You know, you're 2-1 down. You're still in this game. If you can get a good start here, you're right back in this game.
Well, what is it, the saying in all racket sports, the hardest point to win is the last one.
Yeah.
With the first one doesn't mean much if you can't win the last one. So the confidence will be with Elijah Thomas. It's a nice long rally to start with.
Elijah won't mind this. Just get Temwa feeling a little bit after that.
Oh,
nice shot there.
And retrieved again. Where's it going to go? That's nice
And Elijah
play.
just making his opponent work that extra shot.
Great rally so far.
Yeah, that's a good rally there. Nice drop to finish it off. But now this is another important point here. Who can back it up? Because this is just as important as that rally just now. Whoever can get this one.
I mean, we're calling it important points, and we've only just started the actual set, but they are. They really are important shots and important points.
Because if Temwa can get a good start here, burst a lot of confidence here, especially after backing up a good. So he hits a nice shot there.
Well, it's 2 good shots using angle and using the drop, aren't they? It's,
Yeah, he'll take a lot of confidence from that because I think the short game is going to be very crucial now, especially as he starts to get a little bit more tired. Yeah, getting a bit tangled up there, fair. Good call there.
I mean, it was a good play by Elijah, but just clipping the body.
Yeah, just got just a bit of a loose one there. Fair call there. Oh, nice shot there. Another good use of the short game there.
Really using the angle on those short balls very well, Tim.
Well, he's sort of more unexpected as well. Now he's not done that much in this game, and he's just brought 2 out of nowhere, and sort of a bit of a surprise for Elijah. It's a nice shot there. Bit of a reverse boast there.
You slid. There was interference to the line, but you took the wrong line at first, Elijah. You went to the wrong line first. I went to the what? Wrong line first. The ball received you. What does that make a difference when the ball wasn't with you? Because then you went into the player on the wrong line.
Well, I think Elijah's...
You slid. 3 low.
Yeah, that one was always going to be a tough one because Elijah originally did go back.
So he got the left.
Yeah. See, Elijah accidentally went behind and then looked like he was actually trying to hit a forehand, which probably should have been a backhand. So that's...
But in many ways, he's got to take the let. He got it. Don't complain, because he wasn't going to get a stroke for that, was he?
Again, you know, you've got to move on from those sort of situations. Not every call is going to go your way. And the best players are the ones that handle it the best. Timwa now mixing a few to the backcourt now.
Yeah, it's been a good start to this, the 4th game. 3 points up. And playing this one
and
very well.
He's picking the short game very well now. So he's not always going short, but he's just making Elijah guess.
Yeah, it's been a big improvement from the later stages of the previous game, of the 3rd game for Timwa. Seems a bit more refreshed. He's let the issues of the 3rd go. Well, that's well played.
That's where his coaching staff will be happy, you know, backing up from
Yeah, I see
a pretty
John
disappointing.
Duggan was, talking to him there, and I think Lawamba chatting to his slightly younger brother.
You know, and you can see, you know, he's used that to positive effect rather than a negative effect, which you get some players doing it as well. Sort of use those sort of instances to motivate them more.
And there's the lob type serve to give himself plenty of opportunity to get into the rally. So well played so far for Elijah.
That's a nice volley there from Timwa. Again, Elijah making sure he gets every ball back.
Oh, and
No leg. Sorry, no leg. Yeah, I think if you had hit that ball up, you'd have been quite happy. You looked at the result and then asked, no leg.
I'm not sure if the
Before you asked, no leg.
possible body of Elijah Thomas really put so much pressure on.
So what the
Timwa
yeah,
there.
so what the ref said there, if you didn't hear, is that Timwa did play through the ball.
Yep.
He he hit in the 10 and asked for a let, which the refs then said because you played it, you accepted the interference and therefore it's a no let.
So if he had stopped and not played the ball, he could have
Yeah,
asked.
so if he's caught it straight away, he would have got a let or stroke, whichever one.
But then there's
Yes,
always
sir.
the risk of the player that you don't play and the ref says, well,
Yeah.
you should have. So it's a
Yeah,
bit of a
and-
gamble, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, you know, it's all about that quality shot. You know, sometimes you don't know where your opponent is, of course, but you know the refs will always know where they are. Like I said, you know, if you bring the officials into the game, it just gets a
Well, that's
little
nice
bit
shot, though.
hectic. But again, you know, he's moved on from that call. You know, he's had some good points. He's backed it up with some very good points, and you can see he's very fired up now.
It really hasn't given too many opportunities for Elijah to come into this particular game. That's well played. A nice recovery from Tenwa. Elijah certainly up the front.
Nice shot there.
He really went underneath the ball on that backhand. It just floated a little bit.
Again, it wasn't necessarily low, but it was just tight enough to force the mistake.
Oh,
So, this is
right. So it is score there says 8-1. It's not 8-1.
3-8.
3-8.
so if this is crucial now that Tenwa stays focused, doesn't give any cheap points away.
And the let.
Another crucial moment for Tenwa here, not to let his opponent back in the game.
Oh,
If everyone wondering the score at the moment, it's now 9-4.
9-4.
So that'll be a disappointing mistake there for Elijah, especially after getting himself a few very good points there.
There's the opportunity, and well
Oh,
played.
it takes a very
That
nice
ball-
shot there.
I think the ball bounced twice before Tenwa had even had a
Yeah.
chance to run for it.
Oh, that's certainly was going to be a tough one to get back.
Yeah.
Hand out. 5-9.
So a little bit of a comeback by Elijah Thomas. Oh, and
Again, even if he loses this fourth game, you know, he will take confidence that he was able to come back in this fourth game. Take a little bit of that confidence into the fifth.
what he did do though also was force a couple of errors out of Tenwa. Just those errors that we've talked about that every now and then just crops up, and he hit one of them there.
And that's where Elijah will take confidence. You know, he's still making those mistakes, especially after what was nearly a fourth game from Tenwa. So he'll be happy to see those mistakes. Again, just making his opponent play that extra ball.
And there's that second mistake. And now what he's done, he's come back. He's actually
Yeah, and that now puts his opponent under a little bit more pressure now, because now he feels, especially making him play every shot, Tim will feel like he's got to finish the point off now.
Yeah, he's looked that way. That I've got to finish it real quick. When really,
Now Tim will be relieved with that shot.
well, it didn't make it very far at all. It was pretty much hit into the floor.
Yeah, just mistimed shot there.
Maybe another half a step more would have helped him out, but a stretch on the ball, a stretch on the legs, and then the ball into the floor really early.
So game ball here. Nice shot there from Elijah. It's 8-10.
Well, I was using the lob to good effect, pushing his opponent right back into the back wall and came off nicely.
Tight one there.
Oh, great recovery.
Good recovery there. Oh, that's a nice shot there. Good pickup.
Position. Oh, he picked it up.
He's got it. Oh, what a shot.
Yeah, well played.
What a way to finish this game.
Well played. The get from Elijah Thomas.
But amazing play here from both
Certainly,
players. Great recovery there, and then what a shot to finish it off.
Yeah, that
Mean
was well played.
backhand drop there from Temwa to finish.
So we're going 5 in this, the third and fourth playoff, and it is 2 games apiece. Temwa Chalisi just taking that fourth 11-8, and this contest, Temwa Chalisi against Elijah Thomas, back with the fifth in just a moment. Now ready for an exciting fifth game between Elijah Thomas and Temwa Chalisi. It has been very exciting. Sean Wigan, we've been into it, we've been watching it, and that last game, 11-8 to Temwa Chalisi, there was some great rallies. A couple of errors in there from Temwa in particular, but some great rallies, including the last one where Elijah Thomas really retrieved a couple of great balls. I'm going to ask you what we can expect here, but I think we can just expect some more good squash, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a very interesting situation for both players. You know, Temwa will be very relieved to have gotten that last game, but then at the same time, you know, Elijah was down, I think, one stage 8-1, and was able to get it back to 11-8. You know, so he'll take confidence in the way he finished that game.
But I don't think either player can really feel assertive that they're going to, I'm going to take this.
Yeah.
And I know they're going to be saying that to themselves, but there's no one who's really grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and said, this is mine.
Yeah, well, when one player sort of gets on a good roll, you know, the other player counters it straight away. You know, Temwa got a good start in the fourth, for example, and then Elijah hits back, gets to, I think he got to within 1 maybe. And then Temwa finishes off some nice points at the end.
And there was that error on the backhand from Temwa. He's just had that tendency, 2 to 3 a game that have really helped out.
And there's another one.
There you go. There's 2 of them in a row, and they do tend to go in a row as well. It's not.
And if there's one thing that he probably could improve on with his to go up the rankings will be that not giving away those sort of cheap points. Compared to his brother Luamba, he's just maybe gives away too many cheap points compared to Luamba, who, as you know, is in the top 150 in the world. That's one of the big reasons why is he doesn't give away many cheap points anymore.
Well, some people might call them unforced errors, but in some ways they are forced errors because your opponent's
Well, you've got
got
to,
so much on you.
especially playing someone like Elijah who gets to every ball back. You've got to go for the shot. So yeah, Temwa not quite ready to play. Elijah trying to make him rush. Good start here for Elijah in this game, 3-1. Nice broach there from Temwa. Elijah getting tangled up. Really nice play there.
And just a bit of sweat on the court, as you'd expect, with the amount of movement these two players have had throughout the 5 games so far. And don't forget, we do have the women's final. It'll be held after this. It is Abby Palmer against Emma Miller. Only 2 ranking spots between those two on the PSA Tour. Of course, no one's been able to play a PSA match since about March. And the men's final, well, that's Luamba Teresi against Joel Scott.
Elijah putting some nice drives to the back, forces the mistake from Temwa on that occasion.
Hand out. 4-2.
Oh, big shot there for Temwa. Ball just goes out slightly on the side wall.
3-4.
And of course, these two players, plenty of squash coming up. In fact, we have the junior nationals starting on Friday in Christchurch. Elijah will be there. And
Top seed, I think he is.
Yes, well, between him and Glenn Templeton, the 2 players who were in the final last year. And there's so many players, particularly in that men's under-19, who are PSA rankings and are been either here this week or a lot of experience already.
Well, if Elijah can get a win here, he'll take a lot of confidence going into next week. Because this was always going to be a tough tournament to start off. You know, everyone's really such a tight competition here. If he can get a win like this, it'll give him a lot of confidence for next week.
And then we also have the senior nationals at your club on the North Shore. And when's that starting? 30th of October or around that area?
Yeah, I think around there.
And that's certainly a very open draw in both men's and women's.
It'll be, I think it's a 32 draw for both. And it'll be certainly a lot of top
tight,
players
isn't it?
here. Yeah, there'll be lots of tight competition there from even from the first round.
Well, I think really when you look at it, with the players that are entered in the men's draw, you can have Evan Williams at around about 85 in the world, and then Luamba at 148. And then pretty much, I think you would be the 3rd seed at 207. But you know, there's a real group of you from, say, 200 through to 500.
Well, I wouldn't just say based on the rankings, but I also just say anyone on their day, you know, could take someone out.
Yeah, and it will be from early rounds. You know, second round, there's going to be some big matches. Come on, guys.
So on that occasion, Elijah got out of the way there. Elijah got out of the way there, saying that Temwa should have played the ball, and that's what the refs have given a no let on that occasion. It's really hard in those situations to know where your opponent is, of course, but...
Can you rely on where your opponent should be?
Well, if they hit a loose shot, you know, when your opponent hits a loose shot, you should always try and take advantage. So on that occasion, it wasn't the best shot from Elijah. You know, his first rule was he'll try and get out of the way, and that's what he did on that occasion. And that's where Tim should have just taken advantage of the strong position that he was in. Nice lob there. Just getting a bit tight there. So on that occasion, the string in that rally on that racket broke for Elijah. That's why he's just walked out of the court quickly to get a new racket.
Well, he's maintained a very narrow lead throughout the fifth game, and there's had a couple of points at one stage, but just managed to keep that lead throughout it. I don't know whether you want to be the actual leader or the chaser.
Yeah, well, everyone sort of handles it differently in different ways. Some players prefer to actually be the chaser, some like to be the leader, so it's...
I think Joel prefers to be down by about a set and a few points before he starts to really get activated or angry with himself to actually
Yeah,
go
it's...
forward.
Like, again, you know, you're going to be in these sort of situations when you're on the tour, so it's how you handle these sort of situations, whether you're behind or you're up in the game. So this is a very crucial point now. Nice drop there.
That's a good lob to force him back.
Don't bring the player into the play, please. Yes, Led. Don't drag the player into the play. You're putting your arm out and dragging him there. Yes, Led. 6-5.
So we do have a let there.
5-6, sorry.
Yeah, just getting a bit tangled up.
And as the match gets tighter,
Yeah, you expect a lot of more decisions now coming this way as things start to get a little bit more heated. Yeah, good call there.
yeah, he really couldn't take his
Yeah.
racket back at all, could he? Without hitting his opponent.
So these sort of situations, you can feel for the officials. So again,
Yeah,
you've got to make another call there.
this is about the third point in a row.
You know, you got to feel for the officials. Sometimes, you know, they've got to
Yeah.
stay on their feet now, expecting a call to come nearly every single minute.
As a player, do you prefer the officials to explain their reason, or would you rather just say that's it?
Well, it's good to know like what the reason is. So then you know what you need to do for next time. So say it didn't put enough effort to get around, then you'll try and do that next time. And sometimes it just is a winning shot, and then you can't really do much else than that. So Elijah just holding on to a good lead here. Nice drop. Nice.
He managed to retrieve it. It was tight.
Well, another 10 there. Again, Elijah just getting to every ball, forcing the mistake. You'll call that a big win there. You saw that big come on there. You'll be happy with that.
Yeah, he moved very well. Elijah to put that pressure on.
So again, just getting a bit tangled up, accidentally hitting his opponent. On that occasion, it was a let.
I think for both of them, they're quite relieved at that as well. To restart, go again. It is every point now, isn't it?
Yeah, you got to feel for the officials.
I mean, they're doing a very good job. They're both experienced as well.
Yeah, well, Glenn's been to the Commonwealth Games, and I think he's been to World Champs as well. So he certainly knows.
Yeah.
He's certainly been in much tougher situations than this.
Yeah.
And I think what helps also is, you know, both the officials are pretty good players as well, so they know exactly what it'll be like on the court as well. See, on that occasion, Elijah not putting enough not trying to get out of the way on that occasion.
I think he almost thought that he had it won with the shot.
Yeah, but he's still got to try and give your opponent the opportunity.
Exactly. And they're just slowing it down a little bit with his glasses, taking off the goggles. PSA
Oh,
requirement
well,
with them.
this is a very crucial point here for both players now.
Let's see whether they can speed it up, slow it down. Nice.
Oh, he does it again. What a shot.
It's a beautiful shot.
Because he finished the fourth game like that. That was a mean reach there to get that shot back. That's a very tough shot to make.
You had already Elijah Thomas was in the forehand corner racing back.
But that's again what Elijah makes you do. You know, you've got to take risks like that to even get a winner. Because Temwa knows he's coming forward very quickly.
Oh, let's play.
Oh, he gets the dive.
Oh, great recovery again. Temwa gets up from the dive, pulls one back on the forehand.
Very loose ball there.
And the stroke in the end after all that effort,
Yeah.
running it down.
I think it's just frustrating. You know, you've just worked your way back in the point. You hit a very loose one, and you sort of give away it, especially on a big point like this. You know, you don't want to be giving away those ones. So match ball here, 10-7.
And the first match ball as well. And you can see this. Elijah just looking at him thinking, is he trying to slow this down? Well, in many ways, Elijah, you should be happy.
Yeah, well, that was a big point there just before. So you can, you know, for both players, you know, they'll want to reset here.
And it has got pretty warm. They are in the fifth game, have been playing for quite some time. I think it's getting close to an hour. So there should be nothing wrong with that. So Elijah Thomas will have the opportunity, the 17-year-old here, to serve it out and take third place in the National Squash Centre Invitational PSA Satellite Tournament. This time with the serve. And switching across court.
Yeah, disappointing finish on a stroke.
Oh.
But
And a tough one. In 5 games. Wow. So third place there to Elijah Thomas over Temwa Jalisi, and in the final it was 11-7. The complete score 7-11, 11-7, 11-7, 8-11 and 11-7 to the 17-year-old Elijah Thomas. And Sean Wigan, final comment on that?
yeah, well,
exciting score.
Elijah handled the important points very well there. You know, especially at 9-7. You know, Temwa did very well to get back in the point, but he didn't panic and did well to get those last 2 points. So he'll be very happy to get the win there, and certainly will take a lot of confidence from that, not just for next week, but for the tournaments coming up.
Yeah, indeed there. So a 5-game win by Elijah Thomas. And coming up very shortly, we have the women's final, Abby Palmer against Emma Miller. And following that, we will have the men's final, Lawamba Chalisi against Joel Ascot. Well, now welcome into this, the grand final of the PSA Invitational. It's the National Squash Centre Invitational PSA Satellite Tournament at Unitec in Auckland. And as you can see by the rankings there, Abby Palmer, the left-hander, world ranking of 113, and Emma Miller just 2 spots lower at 115. But their rankings may be very close, Shelley Kitchen, but the styles are quite different from each player, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. I think Abby's going to have a lot of confidence, I think, going into that match after the way she played against Lana yesterday. And, wow, great shot.
It happens, doesn't it? But Emma Miller, she never really seems to get rattled by her opponent. Sometimes she'll sort of just, well, she seems to smile all the way through most of her matches, even when she's losing, and you sort of, even already. But just the style with Abby being the lefty, being able to hold the ball a little bit longer and use the angle. She loves using the angles, whereas what we've seen in the last 2 matches with Emma, she uses the lob to good effect.
Yeah, she always starts off the rally really well with a really good lob serve. They're going quite hard to get the ball back. She's been playing she's got a lot of experience, Emma.
It's a nice play. What we have with Abby, she is New Zealand #2 now and likes to get on with the point. No mucking around with the serves. And she's still 22 years old. Emma just a few years older.
That's a great shot.
And the previous shot there by Abby just flicked off her toes and seemed quite nonchalant about it. It's like a shot I do all the time. Certainly something would be difficult to coach, how to flick it from your feet. Well, it'll be interesting, Shelley, if we can really see a long rally develop and see how the players really contend it. So far we haven't seen that. I think about 5 or 6 shots is the most that we've had.
Yeah, they both sort of like to take the ball early. Anything loose, they will both try and take it in short. They're not necessarily going to have really long rallies, I think.
It's just not those type of players that they are they? One thing that, if you're watching, just to focus on the facial expressions of Emma Miller if she loses the point. It can almost be entertaining. She probably wouldn't say so.
That's a great shot from Emma. So Emma's sort of trying to pull Abby back into that backhand corner.
So not quite there from Emma Miller. She was almost to the ball, but not quite before able to lift it over the tin. And the ball just dropping too low in the backhand corner for Abby Palmer.
Yeah, Abby wasn't really in a position to play that drop shot.
So both players are racing through the points so far. Nothing substantial when it comes to the rallies, but that's not really their styles. And keeping the ball a little bit low, Emma Miller. She's not doing her usual lob serve. Let's see if she does it from this side into the backhand. Not quite.
Oh, it's a great shot by Abby, return a serve.
Oh, look at that. Using the wall nicely just to make Miller have to change direction, and in the end she wasn't able to read it that well.
It's a great length. Return a serve from Emma. Oh, great shot.
Yeah, there's a lot of shot making, isn't there?
9-10. Game ball.
So up to 10 apiece.
Win by 2 points.
So win by 2. And these players going for the winners. Haven't seen too
Oh, great
many.
shot.
Again, just taken on the phone, just no hesitation
Yep.
about going for it, is there?
Anything on Abby's racket, she's going to take it
Yeah.
in short.
It's such a contrasting style to the match that we've seen. Timur and Elijah, which went 5. We're not saying that this one's not going to go 5, but
It's a great die in both there from Emma.
if it does go 5, it's going to be quick because they are playing very quick squash at the moment.
Oops. Oh, it's a great shot.
Well done. And these two players will most likely, if we're using the PSA rankings, be the top 2 seeds at the national champs in around about a month's time. As we mentioned.
Oh, great shot.
Oh,
13-11. Game for Miller. Miller leads 1 game to love.
so first game there to Emma Miller over Abby Palmer. And a bit of a battle, but certainly a lot of winning shots. Maybe we'll have to keep stats on winners in the future because there's going to be a lot of them. And that is the first game. So Emma Miller with the lead.
Miller leads 1 game to love. Lovell.
Well, Shelley Kitchen, that was a very fast first game and already a very fast first point.
1 to love.
Emma Miller taking that first game of this, the final National Squash Centre Invitational PSA Satellite. 13-11 was the first, and already the pace of the second has been quick. Both of these players just love hitting the winners.
Yeah, pretty fast and furious first game. Emma's got out to a good lead here at 3-love. Abby's still trying to go for her shots, but Emma's just been quite reading them well and just picking off Abby's shots a little bit.
All right, 4-love. Can Miller just... Well, she doesn't need to grind it out because each player is either hitting the winners or... Oh, there we go. Like to see that from Abby Palmer, where she steps forward and just really decides to hit it. It stays hit.
Yeah, I think she's got to stop taking the ball in short sort of every second Second shot, maybe put it at the back a little bit more. Emma's reading her short balls a little bit more now. Couple of quick winners there.
Probably a step too short to actually try and do that shot. If she had just one more step, it might have been okay to do it.
Yeah, I think she was there to play the ball. I think she was trying to just whip it quickly across the, Abby's forehand.
Nice. It's quite well disguised as well, as whether Abby was going to choose. So she's going to go cross-court or down the line. And in the end, the ball was hit too well. And another one stepping forward. So one on the backhand, now one on the forehand. Yep, nice.
Yeah, Emma's reading all of Abby's play at the moment, so Abby's just trying to get a few more balls back of the court.
Well, again, like the first game, we haven't had the rally that we've been looking for, that 20-30 shot rally. It's just not going to happen, it seems.
9-3.
Oh, and that's in the error.
10-3.
And giving the very big advantage, 7 game points, to Emma Miller from the Waikato. Oh,
That's a great shot.
yeah, nice shot to finish, isn't it? It was almost casual. I'll just put my racket there and it'll come off and flick over. So that one is 11-3. And Emma Miller looking very good at the moment with a 2-game-to-love lead. Well, Shelley Kitchen, it's been an interesting tournament so far. You've managed to put it together very quickly. Well done on that. And give the players an opportunity to play a PSA satellite. You've got to be pretty happy with the result with 1.5 games still remaining.
Yeah, well, just with COVID and everything, this is the first PSA event since March this year. We've had lots of PSA tournaments being cancelled on us recently, especially with the second lockdown in Auckland. We had a spring PSA series lined up with Auckland clubs, and everything's just been cancelled or postponed. So yeah, this is very last minute, but gives us some players something sort of to train for.
Well, they've all been very thankful for it and all appreciated it as well. Being able to play together, being able to have the matches streamed on YouTube and also used again by Sky Television. And so,
Oh, great shot.
And then we're getting some great shots. You can see that the players really have been training. None of them have been sitting back saying, oh, well, I'm not going to do anything until I have to play.
Yeah, some of the squash has been really great, right from Friday to this point. So you can see, yeah, all the players have been training. They've just been in limbo a little bit. So they would have been training for that spring series.
Because otherwise it's been difficult because you train ready to play and sort of almost have to taper off. Then you go forward and ready to play, and then it must be mentally quite frustrating as well.
Yeah, I never sort of experienced it, I guess. When I was playing, I always had a break, but that was usually over the off-season period, and your sort of focus was on lots of sort of training, more so than playing events. So, yeah, they're probably used to it now, the players. I've got about 3 weeks until the Nationals. So this event is a good for them to see whether there are any work-ons that they need to do but before Nationals, really.
Well, this particular match, this final, Emma Miller seems to be on form and forcing some errors out of the Palmer, as we saw then as well. So Miller just keeping a little bit steadier. Oh, and as I say that, she does an error.
3-6.
I mean, there isn't that much between these two players. I mean, two ranking points, not...
Yeah, it's always have pretty competitive matches when they play.
7-3.
Sometimes I almost wish the two of them would slow down a little bit and draw the point out.
Yeah, I think Emma's tactics is probably just to keep it going as fast as she can.
Yeah.
Don't really give Abby much time to...
Oh. But
It's
it's
a lucky
almost
shot
like the
there.
turbo speed that, just pull it back. You might not need to do that. Play quite so fast on that shot.
Emma trying to put into Abby's backhand.
And successful on that occasion.
8-5. And out. 6-8.
See if Abby can get it back in these final few points of this game. Oh, it's a great
Nice.
shot.
Yeah, just able to keep in the similar position, one step, racket forward. Oh, that's a nice angle, and not quite picked up in time by Abby Palmer.
Match ball.
Wow, through to match ball already,
Yeah.
Shelley.
4 match balls for Emma. Oh, that's a great length. What's she going to do here? Oh, it's a great shot.
And that is a wrap-up, and congratulations there for Emma Miller winning in straight games. So we'll be back with an interview with Emma Miller in just one moment. No, you can just you can look at that camera as well. You're doing a good job. And all right, well, the winner from today's National Squash Centre PSA Invitational, Emma Miller. Congratulations, a straight game, very fast victory. Just after nearly, it looked fast after nearly 6 months off court, off PSA tournaments. So, just how do you feel about getting on and actually playing again?
Oh, it's awesome, coming back. Yeah, like our last PSA was March, and we thought back then it was a pretty early start to the season, February, March. And then, yeah, lockdown, and for me, it's been a slow road back. Spent a bit of lockdown doing some work to prepare as if it was a bit of an off-season, and unfortunately I had to have some added time off just after lockdown. So, yeah, for me it's really nice to be back on court and not only catching up with these girls, but getting back into the competitive scene. We've probably all been playing some local tournaments. I know for us out of Auckland, we've had the pleasure of not being in lockdown the last few weeks, so we've had a few local tournaments, but there's nothing that you can do to quite represent playing girls at this intensity. So yeah, it's awesome to be back on court, and thanks to Squash New Zealand for last minute throwing something together and giving us the opportunity. We've got nationals in a few weeks, and yeah, just to get back on before playing that is awesome.
One of the stoppages during the lockdown was getting your appendix out. You've obviously recovered very well from that.
Yeah, for sure. It took a little bit longer than expected. To be told that you're allowed to start walking and doing some very light jogging about 6 to 8 weeks after that was a bit of a kick in the guts. But being able to slowly ease back in, and I think you guys having the extra lockdown helped me. It gave me a few more weeks to get back into it, which, yeah, silver lining for me, I guess, not so much for the other girls.
And finally, on that match today against Abby, the two of you do play quick points. You like to go for the winners, and it worked.
Between us. Yeah. Abby and I play very similar game, and whoever's on is on. Today just happened to be my day, and hey, in a few weeks' time it quite possibly could be very much the other way. So yeah, it's a on-the-day thing between the two of us, I would say, yeah.
Well, congratulations there to Emma Miller, the winner of this PSA Satellite Tournament. Congratulations. Well, welcome into this, the final, the men's final, that is, of the National Squash Centre Invitational. It's the PSA Satellite Tournament. And we're watching already the first point. And it could be a long match that we're in for. A good match, though. Joel Ascott in the red. Lawamba Chalisi with the white T-shirt. And just like the men's third and fourth featuring Temwa Chalisi against Elijah Thomas, it could go the full distance. That one went 5 games with Elijah Thomas winning in 5. The women's final won in straight games by Emma Miller over Abby Palmer. Just looking at this match here, Lawamba Chalisi ranked 148th in the world, whereas Joel Ascott around about the 230 mark. Lawamba has been based in the UK for a number of months recently, and now back. Potentially the second seed in the Nationals behind Evan Williams, who's ranked around about 85. And nice shot there from Joel Ascott, moving forward, just taking the pace off it. And these two know each other very well, and since Lawamba's been back in the country, he has been practicing with Joel and also his brother Temwa. Both players very quick around the court. There is a tendency for Joel to almost find himself down in a match before coming back strong. Oh, but that one lifted way too high. So far, the 4 points that we've had have been played on very quick fashion. But these two could certainly meet when it comes to the national champs at the North Shore Club late in October. Nice, taking the ball on the full, just that one step to the side.
3-2.
And heading through, punching it through. Away from his body. Players just working themselves into the match. You're going to see that sort of shot from both players. Going to try and come forward and take it on the full, using their forehand. Haven't quite seen the backhand used for it just yet. Some lengthy rallies already, particularly compared to the women's final where it was just hit and go for it. Oh, we have the two very experienced referees, the officials here. Now, what Joel has been doing in the last couple of matches is actually whipping his backhand across court. Usually there's a tendency for players to play down the line, down the backhand, multiple backhand shots. But what he's doing is just taking it across court a lot. Let's see whether it stays on the backhand side on this one. Using that backhand cross court to open up the court a lot more.
And out 4-all.
Well, 4-all in the first game, and Sean Wigan, we've seen some lengthy rallies, particularly compared to the women's final where it really was just go for it. These two players know each other's games very well. But one thing that's already been interesting is they haven't been playing down the backhand side too often. They've been taking it across court to try and open up the rally, it seems.
Yeah, well, for both of these two, you know, they like to just rally the ball down the wall, and I'd say for both of them, the backhand's probably the strongest side for these two.
Okay. Is that usual for a lot of players? Because you
Well,
feel that forehands.
usually you get people going more to the backhand because there's slightly more turning
Right.
and slightly weaker shot compared to the forehand. So yeah, it's a very interesting tactic. Like I said, you know, these two have played with each other so many times that they're probably always trying something new when they play each other.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, it's going to sound silly, but you don't want to get bored with the way you play. Every time I play this guy, I play it this way. Sometimes it goes my way, sometimes it doesn't. And you can almost get bored with the same matches and the same tactics against that player.
Well, for both of these two, that you know, they'll be going into this game with a little bit different mindset. You know, for Joel, you know, he's certainly not, you know, Louis the favourite, so
Yes.
you know, Joel's going in as the underdog, so he'll just be trying, you know, something a little bit different to see if he can try and get over the line. Where Louis, he's in a position, and while he's expected to win, you know, he wants to get himself ready, so when he does go back on tour, you know, he's ready to use what he's tried in these games in the big ones, because, you know, that can be the big difference to, you know, making a massive breakthrough.
Well, let's hope we do actually have a PSA tour, which includes overseas tournaments, not just for the top 40 players as it tends to be at the moment, particularly around Egypt and the Middle East, with Paul Cole taking part and Joelle King in the women's side. But there are a lot of players that 140 and say 50 and below who want to play, but there's just nothing quite for them just yet. It's set for in New Zealand over the next few weeks. PSA satellite tournaments, and that's where the players are going to make the most of it. Win the points. They're not going to. It's not as many points as you'd get by playing a challenger or a PSA bronze or silver tournament.
As we just saw a nice roller there. Yeah, no one. Very harsh crowd here. He hits a very nice roller, and no one wants to clap him. I guess that means everyone's expecting him to do that again, I guess.
Yeah.
Now, but to answer your question before, yeah, it's certainly good to have squash for
exactly.
us playing again.
Whether it's satellites or challenges, you just got to take what you're given at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's certainly hard to play tournaments when you don't have the opportunity, and look, I think New Zealand should be lucky enough. We're actually lucky enough to be given this opportunity. We've got some countries that can't even play squash at all because they've got such strict measures at the moment.
Well, the other factor is, particularly in the men, there are enough players to play satellites and have enough depth.
Well, what's incredible is, you know, we've had 8 really good players here this week. There are at least 4 or 5 that could be just as good that could play these tournaments as well.
Definitely.
You know, so that's what I think is insane about these satellites is, you know, you might get a few playing every week, but you get some good retrieving here from Louis. Just really good height on both those lobs there. Yeah, going back. It's just makes a silly mistake after all the good hard work he made.
A lot of hard work in that one, and then just maybe didn't lift it quite enough. It was forcing the error out of himself.
Yeah. You know, here's an interesting opportunity now. You know, 7-all. We saw how good Luamba was in this situation yesterday against Elijah. Sort of stepped the pace up when he needed to in this situation. So it'll be interesting to see how Joel handles it.
We know that Joel almost prefers to be down in a match which is unusual. It fires him up a little bit. He does seem to get fired up and then say, well, I'm coming to get you. I may be down, but I'm coming back.
Well, again, you know, he's got the underdog card
Yes.
in this match, so, you know, he probably doesn't care if he's leading or if he's behind. He can just go out there and try something a little bit different. So he hits a... So Luamba just getting a bit tangled up there.
8-7, right box.
Well, it's reversed around, a couple points lead for Luamba Chalisi initially, and now with the shot, yeah, there we go. There, yeah, I was looking at the scoreboard, getting a little bit confused, and it is actually Chalisi with the lead.
Yeah. Again, you can just see him trying to take the ball early now. Oh. Interesting decision there. Oh, nice shot.
Covered. He's back in the rally now. Actually to hit it quite nice and deep into the corners.
That's one of Louis' biggest strengths is when is in defensive mode, he can quickly turn into attack straight away. So, you know, he was under pressure for majority of that point, and then suddenly he hits a really nice lob to suddenly get himself in front.
There we go. Oh, waiting for the cross, but didn't come.
Ooh, big
goodness.
mistake there.
10-7.
Right shot, just not quite got the execution there.
What we were seeing is also both players willing to shift the ball from backhand to forehand, forehand to backhand. There's no distinct let's do 10 shots into the backhand. Oh,
7 game to Chalisi.
So again, just Luamba's experience there, just getting a bit of Joel there. You know, 7-0, hit some very nice shots to get to 9-7, and then Joel sort of gives away 2 easy mistakes there.
yeah, really is those two mistakes that can turn a game. So it is Luamba Chalisi with the lead, 1 game to love against Joel Ascot, and this is the National Squash Centre Invitational PSA. Well, so far, Sean Wigan, an interesting first game. Luamba Chalisi keeping it quite tight, whereas Joel Ascot just a couple of points near the end of that first game. That didn't help him. It just kind of gave away a couple of I wouldn't say easy points, but he was guilty of just letting a couple of loose points. There was, I think it was the final shot that was a little bit loose.
Yeah, they're not necessarily the wrong shots he made, like that one at 9-7, you know, that was the right option. Luamba was under pressure, he was behind, and Joel went for the job. It was just the execution that let him off, and that's the big difference in those sort of situations, making sure you're getting more the execution rather than just the physical, because of course, it's a much bigger point, 9-7, compared to something like 2-all, you know, you might get away with a mistake back then, but at 9-7, you know, the point is very crucial.
So that little error there by Joel Ascott, just looking at it and going, why do they have to force it that much?
Yeah, he's made a good start in this game. He's forced 2 mistakes from Luamba here. Louis trying to milk an easy point there.
He didn't do it very well. It was quite clear that Joel was not quite ready.
Yeah. Maybe he needs to work on that.
Yeah.
To be honest, I didn't think it was an amazing service anyway.
Yeah, it wasn't that great.
I'll tell you that job was pretty good at the just now.
Yeah, that was a much better shot from Joel. He steps across very wide on those serves. He's almost in your half of the court already when he's hit the ball. So let's see who can change the pace up. Joel trying to slow it down a little bit. Those lobs, another one. No,
Another
not this
one
time.
just.
First two were okay, but that third one just a little bit too high.
Good use of height from both players here. Oh, nice shot. Nice hold there as well.
So, Sean, if you were advising a junior when they're watching a point like that with those lobs, what would you be saying to any junior? Just don't be afraid to use a lob?
Yeah, well, I think the one thing that I certainly learned when it came to lobs was I didn't used to do too much of it. I like to play the game very fast, as you would have seen from my games this week. But I had, even as late as last year, you know, I had to learn to just slow down when I need to, not because I was tired or physically struggling, but it was more just to get myself back in the point, slow down when I need to.
But it can be used offensively and defensively.
Exactly, and that was another thing. They get just a bit tangled up there. Yeah, because the lob can be an offensive weapon as well, which I think is what juniors are afraid of doing, is using it just for...
Yeah, sometimes they use it just to get back in the point themselves, but you can use it to win the point.
Exactly, and it's good to mix the pace up, especially when you're playing someone who may not be the best volleyer in the game as well. Especially juniors, it's much harder to really hit the ball hard, so that can be a good option when you're coming up the ranks. Oh, Joel's going for a big shot there. A little bit more down the wall this game. There was a lot of cross courts in the first game, but now with a bit short there.
Right close to the wall. Yeah, as you're saying, they are playing it a lot closer, and then...
Nice shot there from Luamba. Nice.
Yeah.
That's a good set. That was a really good setup as well from the volley there. Didn't hit the ball too hard, but just tightened enough to force the loose one from Joel to then take advantage of.
Yeah, it was very patient at that point, wasn't he? It didn't try and play it too early. Just had the opportunity presented to him and then able to put it away. So we've seen this rally just sped up a little bit.
You know, again, halfway through the second game, this is when Luamba will start to pick the pace up a bit, see if he can force some mistakes out of his opponent.
Almost a misstep, but recovered. So
Be a bit disappointed that he was controlling the point very well there. Was making Louis move around the court a lot there. Nice shot. Good pickup. Oh, another mistake.
gee. And he'll be ruining that mistake because it does give the 3-point advantage. Puts him out to 7-4. Just seemingly that much closer. And now each point that Luamba picks up.
And again, you know, it was definitely the right option there, but it was just the execution. But because of the situation of in the game, you know, 6-4, he needs to get it. That was a much better job on that occasion.
What we're seeing from Luamba is he recovers so well from looking out of position.
Well,
He's able to get himself back into the rally and
well, he can just turn defense into attack very quickly. You know, when he's working hard, and then he's just waiting for his opponent to hit a very loose ball, and that's when he pounces.
would you say that's because of his ranking? That's because of his training overseas? That's because of
Yeah,
the
well,
tournaments he's played?
Well, he would have hit with very high-ranked players that would have taught him how to do it, just by playing them. You can see so far from his games this week, you know, they've not, you know, his opponents may think, oh, they're not out of it too much, but then suddenly, just when he needs to pick the pace up, he just does that, and then all of a sudden, what was a very tight 7-all game suddenly turns into 11-7, just like it did in the first game here.
Oh, this is a huge rally, very long.
Yeah, very loose shot there from Louis that time.
Tough though. I mean, he'd only just hit the shot. He couldn't really. How quick was he meant to move
Yeah,
out
it was
the way?
it was a very loose ball. It's got to make sure you keep the ball tight. If
I mean,
Joel was pretty much ready to play the ball, so you couldn't really do anything else than that.
when there was no questioning from Luamba anyway. He acknowledged it.
Nice shot there.
Well, we keep on saying it's a vital point, but again, this is another vital point. If Luamba can take it, it moves him just that bit closer, but if Joel takes it back to 1 point. Oh, nice turn.
These two don't even look that tired from this point either. Could just do this all day.
Well, if it's anything like teamwork against Elijah, we'll take quite a bit of the
That's
day.
a nice shot there.
That's
Good
well
hold.
done.
Really nice hold.
He
Yeah.
hit against the sidewall so early as well that it created
Yeah.
the angle.
Yeah, he just held enough and saw Louis step back just slightly to force them to then hit a very nice boast. And all of a sudden, from 7-4, it's now 6-7. He's right back into it.
Oh. Yeah.
Yep.
So the stroke.
I can't get away with that.
Yeah. So
It's
the
a bit, it's a bit of shot, but never get away with that one.
No, I mean, it could have been dangerous if he had played it.
Nice shot there from Joel. Good recovery shot there. Oh, just good length there. Even Joel admires it.
So the score is actually 9-6 at the moment.
And again, you know, Joel was right in this game, 6-7. All of a sudden, Louis has a few very good points, and it's now 9-6, just getting that safety barrier.
So 9-6, and the let now played. What I do like to see, Sean, is that Luamba steps forward and takes that forehand as early as he can.
And that's where he forces mistakes like that, because he's taking that ball slightly earlier. It just gives your opponent that extra less millisecond to what would have happened if he just let it come the ball to him.
Yeah. And the ball jammed against the side wall and also got close to the front wall.
And at this level, that's more important than hitting it low, because you want to get the ball tight enough to not necessarily just hit a winner, but to set up the next ball. So that was very smart thinking there from Joel.
Now, what's he going to do?
Again, just lobbed it up, but made sure it was a tight one. Ooh, and
Oh, goodness.
just
So that was a tough one there for Joel to lose on as well, because he was right there.
you can see just on the back foot for the majority of that point there. Louis not doing too much work.
And not much in it. It was the right shot to go for, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's sort of been how this game's gone. You know, and again, you know, big, you know, very important point, game ball. You know, if sometimes it's better just to make sure you get the ball up rather than going for the perfect shot. As long as it's tight, you know, it's still very effective.
Right, well, 2-game-to-love lead for Luamba Chalisi over Joel Ascot in the National Squash Centre Invitational PSA Satellite Tournament. Back with the third very shortly. Well, stepping into the third game of this, the men's final, Luamba Chalisi in the white shirt, against Joel Ascot in the orange. Well, these two know each other's games very well. But it's just good to see Luamba back in New Zealand and back playing a PSA tournament, satellite event here. And Sean Wiggin, so far we've had very...
Oh, nice shot there from Joel, just going for it.
I was about to say very similar circumstances, but just every now and then Joel's able to pull off top shot. In fact, both players are able to pull off a top shot, but these first two games have been similar, haven't they?
Yeah, well, both games, you know, Joel's been right in it. You know, he's had a few opportunities, but then Louis' experience just tells, you know, he just, not necessarily hitting winners, but he just forces the mistake when he needs it to come. And, you know, that's a very good job there from Louis on that occasion. But he doesn't go out there and tries to hit winners, but he's more out there to just move his opponent around and force mistakes. So you see there, it just forces another mistake there.
Nice little pick up.
Loose ball there from Louis. Joel can do much else other than call for a let.
Yeah. One thing any juniors would or should notice is that you don't have to hit every shot as hard as possible. Even if you have that sitter, sometimes it's best just to take a little bit of pace off and hit it 3/4 or drop it.
Well, you just watch it how hard Louis hits. He doesn't actually smack the ball. He just goes out there and places it. You know, you know, he's not going out there trying to hit the world's hardest shot. He's just placing the ball tight to the wall, making sure he's got good length.
Well, that's one thing will be noticeable at the New Zealand Juniors coming up this week in Christchurch. Just which players can vary the pace. And it's a great rally here. Louis having to really cover the court, now slowing it down.
And it'll be very noticeable at juniors, you know, what the level you start to see the ball, see the players start to place it more. When you're much younger, you know, your first thought is to just try and hit the ball as hard as you can to get it to the back of the court. But once you get that, more of that control to push it back, you don't have to hit the ball so hard.
It's very difficult as a junior because you're thinking, hey, I'm getting beaten by someone by trying to place it more because they're hitting it harder. And so you've got to really say to yourself, or your coach or parents got to say to you, no, just take your time, it'll come. And that's the frustrating thing is, you know, someone saying it'll come along.
And that's why the lob in juniors, I think, is important as well. You know, you don't. Joel calls for a let there, and good call there, because if he hit that, probably would have hit Lou in the back there. We've already had an incident like that today from one of the other matches. So
yeah, that was Elijah Thomas hitting Tim Waichirisi. And it really did seem to have a little bit of an effect on Tim. Oh, look at the pace around the court there.
oh, that's a great shot. Couldn't do much else than that.
It's what we were talking about, that he didn't need to really bash the ball. He was just able to place it.
Well, after a few very quick shots early in the rally, he then slowed it down slightly to sort of set him up well for that last shot. You know, he's doing a very good job mixing the pace of the rally, so having some rallies go really fast and then just slowing down when he needs to.
Well, that is one of the aspects of the the top pros. They don't have to hit every ball incredibly hard. In fact, there was something that Paul Cole mentioned when he'd seen some of the juniors play, I think it was when he was back here last year. He said, these guys just need, they can hit it as hard as anybody, but they just need the variation to their game.
Again, Paul Cole wasn't the hardest hitter when he was a junior. He was more about placement, and that's why he went up the ranks so quickly. Was he was placing the ball a lot more than just trying to bash the ball to the back of the court. And because he was placing it to the back, not many players could handle it. Rem mistake here from Louis. He had Joel moving around the court there.
Certainly the opportunity to play the ball almost where he wanted, but played it a bit too much. Let's see what kind of serve we're going to see from Joel here. Relatively low.
Nice shot there from Louis.
Hand out, 7-4.
And that high hold on the grip there by Joel. Almost seems to move up when he gets under pressure as well. Oh, goodness.
He's missed a lot of those shots today, Joel.
A little bit uncharacteristic, really. Wouldn't usually miss that many.
Yeah, and I think, again, Louis forces those sort of mistakes out of you. Like I said, Joel wouldn't make those sort of mistakes regularly, so when you're playing someone that not only gets the ball back, but with good purpose, it makes it harder to perfect that sort of shot.
Every now and then, Luamba just picks up the pace on his forehand and gives it a good, powerful hit.
There's one there, though.
Hand out, 5-8.
And no disputing it either. Accepts that one. Knows what he did.
Well, he knows also there's no point
No.
talking about it. Just move on to the next point. Oh, nice shot there.
Joel was trying to get himself back into position. And Luamba had the advantage there. Just take the pace off. He knew he had him running the wrong way.
And again, he takes the ball early there.
10-5, match ball.
Match ball here for Louis now. Ooh.
Nice pick up. Oh.
Oh, and then he does that.
It was almost a bit too casual, knowing that he's got 4 to 5 points.
16, match ball.
Yeah, you better be careful. Joel came from 10-6 down yesterday.
He almost seems to prefer it. Probably not on this occasion.
And that's in the 10.
All right, well, there we go. Straight game victory for Luamba Chilisi. And Sean Wigan, a good win there for Luamba in straight games over Joel Ascot.
Yeah, again, just the experience showed in today's game. Joel wasn't far off it, but just the crucial stages just showed why he's where he is now on the rankings.
With you just looking around about that way. Right, well, congratulations there, Luamba. A nice victory for you, and great to have you back on court in New Zealand playing a PSA satellite tournament. You've got to be happy with just getting back on court.
Yeah. Can't really explain sort of the emotion at the moment. Even though it wasn't the biggest PSA tournament, it was just the whole atmosphere of the tournament, and there's obviously a lot of battles, a lot of five-seaters, a lot of like gut-wrenching matches. So yeah, it was really good to see, really fun to play and really fun to watch.
And playing against someone like Joel, who you've practiced with a lot and no doubt had a few practice games, but on the court, he's always a tough competitor, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, going into the game, I knew I was physically a bit better than him, having spent less time on court. But yeah, from the start, he was quite hard to break down. And yeah, obviously I train with him, do the same fitness as him, and know that he's a fit dude. And yeah, he really stayed with me. And I really had to push in the middle stages of the games, just to try and get ahead. And I was trying to take the ball early, just to try and break his rhythm up. And yeah, it took him a while to break down. So yeah, but really enjoyed the match.
And finally, the national champs around about a month away. That's got to be such a big priority for you, hasn't it?
Yeah. So that's the main focus now. This tournament was more about just seeing how we're tracking, because we haven't had a professional tournament in a while. But yeah, nationals is the main goal. Obviously want to peak for that and get a good result there, especially with Paul and Campbell not back. So yeah, it'll be a good opportunity for us youngsters to maybe grab a title.
All right, thank you very much there, Luamba Chilisi, our men's champion. Right, give me 1 second. Right. Well, there we have the finals completed for the National Squash Centre Invitational PSA, a PSA satellite tournament at Unitec, and the winners in the women's final, well, that was Emma Miller in straight games over Abby Palmer. And those two players no doubt will be the top two seeds in the national champs coming up in just over a month's time, with Miller ranked 115th in the world and Abby Palmer 113. Well, the men's champion, well, that was Luamba Chilisi, current ranking of 148 in the world, defeating Joel Ascot, ranked about 100 places below him in straight games. And a tight match, albeit that it was straight games. So Luamba is likely to be the second seed for the national champs behind Evan Williams, who is 85th in the world on the PSA rankings. Plenty of squash coming up, though, with the national champs for the juniors in the next week. That will be in Christchurch, and a large contingent of players, some with PSA world rankings, taking part in that tournament. And then, as we said, the National Senior Championship, that is in North Shore Club, and that will be late October, with a lot of players really keen to take those titles, with the absence of Paul Cole and also Joelle King, who are performing very well indeed on the PSA Tour in the Middle East over the next couple of weeks. So that's a wrap-up of the National Squash Centre Invitational PSA Satellite Tournament. I'd like to say thank you very much to Squash New Zealand, Sport New Zealand, the National Squash Centre, and High Performance Sport New Zealand. Thank you very much from myself, Dave Worsley.